I move that we consider the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Justice Samuel Martires. At this juncture, we would like to move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, to sponsor the budget. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of the budget of the Ombudsman and its attached agencies is now in order for today's interpellation. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara. Interpellate? No interpellator. So just the chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Good morning, dear colleagues, and to the Ombudsman family led by Ombudsman Sammy Martires. Good morning po, sir, Your Honors. Just for the record, Your Honors, the budget of the Ombudsman for 2024 is, proposed budget is 5,034,721,000. Just for the record, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Ombudsman. Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you. Juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Justice, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Corrections, Bureau of Immigration, Land Registration Authority, National Bureau of Investigation, Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Parole and Probation Administration, Presidential Commission on Good Government, Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution. And acknowledge the presence of its officials, led by our former colleague, Secretary Jesus Crispin Boying Remulla. And to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Aurora, the Honorable Senator Sani Angara, and to interpolate the distinguished lady from Makati City, Senator Isabela, Mr. President, Senator Nancy Binay. So moved, Mr. President.
Consideration of the budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies is now in order for today's interpellation. The Chair would like to recognize Senator Sani Angara, the Chair of the Committee on Finance, and likewise to interpellate Senator Nancy Binay.
Thank you once more, Mr. President, Majority Leader. We're ready to accept questions from our seatmate from Isabela, Makati, Taguig, and other places.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just an update, Mr. President, kasi during the committee hearing, we raised the issue on the fake passport. I think meron ho atang nahuli yung Bureau of Immigration na Koreano na may hawak. Well, actually, hindi siya fake passport kasi totoong Philippine passport siya. Can we just get an update with the NBI kung ano na po yung status ng kaso?
Yes, Your Honor. You raised this repeatedly during both the committee and plenary debates. And the NBI has tasked its anti-fraud division to handle this issue, this proliferation of fake passports or fraudulently acquired passports. And they will submit an investigation report to us on this once the investigation is completed. And there is an NBI International Operations Division who will handle identified spurious passports issued to foreigners, and will coordinate with DFA on this, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you to the distinguished lady from Makati, Isabela, and Taguig. Next to interpellate, Mr. President, is the distinguished minority leader, our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized.
Our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Just for the record, Mr. President, and before the minority leader asks his questions, the total budget for the DOJ and attached agencies is 35,455,517,000 pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome to the Justice family. You all play a very critical role in the harmonious existence of our society, Mr. President. That's why ang budget po nila is one of the largest, 35.4 billion. But that's across the entire DOJ family, Mr. President. Before we start, Mr. President, this will be a friendly interpellation, Mr. President, but I'd like to ask the Secretary how he feels today. Secretary, are we okay to continue? You're okay?
He looks
Yes, we wish you all the
fit
best.
as a fiddle,
Yes, okay.
Mr. President.
Sige. Secretary, when you gave your inaugural address as a Secretary of Justice, I still remember you mentioned three areas of focus mo. If you can just update us, sabi mo you will focus on the Bucor, immigration, and the Land Registration Authority. So, after more than a year in office, can we have siguro a report, an update on what the Department of Justice has done as far as reforms are concerned in these three agencies or areas, Mr. President?
Mr. President, there's a number of questions there. But with respect to the Bucor, the Secretary has prioritized yung decongestion given the congestion of our jails and penal institutions. So every month, nagre-release po sila. And he's also being strategic in how they decongest, meaning I think Bilibid is looking at how to decongest it, and also he's transferred people from Bilibid to Sablayan and other penal institutions, so that also yung sinasabing naririnig natin dati na nagkakakuntsabahan yung mga ibang crime lords within the penal institutions, that will be minimized or eviscerated or eliminated, Your Honor. Tapos pagdating naman ho sa LRA, yung computerization and digitalization is being prioritized to facilitate ease of doing business with the public, Your Honor. And the third institution was the Bureau of Immigration. Here, the Secretary is looking to cut down the avenues for possible graft and corruption and promote greater efficiency in the performance of duties of the Bureau, Your Honor.
No specifics as far as immigration is concerned?
If you remember the Pastillas scam, they deactivated that division who was responsible for this port operation division, Your Honor. So
Deactivated.
Opo.
Yes, that was the cause championed by our Deputy
That's right.
Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Okay, tapos yung mga escort, ini-escortan, wala na po siguro yan. Mga ganun. Sige po. Okay, so Mr. President, yung LRA computerization, I'm just surprised if that is the answer. Meaning to say, all these years, hindi pa po nag-adapt ng computerization program ang LRA natin. Yung 6.3 CO nila, saan pupunta?
When was that contract? And it's how long?
It's supposed to end 2020. So 5.8 increase. Increase actually hindi, compare sa last year. Magkano yung last year? Sasabihin na natin magkano yung year before 2 years ago. Para makita natin.
Your Honor, there is a service provider called Dilares, which is the service provider. Then the LRA has had a contract with it since 2004, which was renewed in 2009, valid up to this day. But according to the Secretary, there are a lot of this contract is quite problematic. They view it as quite problematic, and they're trying to reform it so that to make it easier to conduct business with the public and to make it to have better security features, Your Honor.
The contract with Lares po ba? LARES?
Opo,
Does that have a lifespan?
Until 2026, Your Honor.
Okay. Meron kasi tayo, I'll ask a question about our ICT program nga, 5.8 billion pesos ito eh. Across the family, across the DOJ family. So, magkano dun ng sa LRA, Mr. President? LRA, yes.
What do you mean figure? Fatima?
Total lang, kahit yung total lang po sa related with ICT. Tama.
It's 469 million, Your
Correct,
Honor.
that's 469 million, Mr. President. LRA.
Yes.
So,
it's,
and then you still have the Lares. Will the 469 all go to the service contractor Lares? Is this to pay Lares?
magkano yung kay Laris? Pero magkano yung pupunta daw kay Laris? And none of this goes to... They're collecting an on... Pero in your 2024 budget, how much goes to Plenary? Yeah, I have it. Pero ang tanong niya is...
Nothing goes to Lares. They're already earning. From the fees.
So they don't have any budgetary allocation. Apparently, Lares is already earning from the fees, Your Honor, because that's the stipulation of the contract. So this budgetary allocation that we were talking about is to create a backup system in case they decide to, to novate or maybe do something with the contract, Your Honor.
By 2026.
Yes, Your Honor.
By 2026, we can do anything with the contract. We can choose not to extend it. We can choose not to renew it. Walang mga obligation.
I think that is the import of this appropriations, Your Honor, is to prepare us for or to make us less dependent on that service provider, Your Honor. Yeah, there is somewhat of a dispute regarding the ownership of the data, Your
Again,
Honor.
that's it.
Yeah.
That's my point, Mr. President. Kino-compare ko to sa problema doon sa LTFRB. LTFRB. Kaya nga, ba't di natututo gobyerno, Mr. President? Why does the DOJ find itself similarly situated with another government agency na LTO? Na I'm sure pinag-uusapan siguro sa gobyerno 'yon. Which came earlier? Which contract came earlier? The LTO contract with Stratcom or the LRA contract with Lares?
They were almost the same time, Your Honor, because according to the Secretary, they're quite similar. Same controlling interest, apparently.
Between the two companies? Oh, yan ang Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, yan sinasabi ko, we need to pierce some corporate veils sa pasok naman tayo sa pinag-usapan natin sa blacklisting ng DPWH. But as a concept lang yun. Ganun, but now, but at any rate, so Lares earns from user fees and magkano po to? More or less, what's our estimate? And who are the users paying for the system?
So every time you get a title, ganon, yes, Lares get every time you... Magkano daw? Sample transaction. Actually, for every transaction, Your Honor, under that contract, may singil po yung Lares. Per page nga daw, yung singil.
Hingi ng certified true copy, mga ganon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Happy
birthday to our colleague, Senator Amy
yes,
Marcos.
Mr. President.
I see her in front of me.
Yes,
I didn't get to greet her yesterday,
Can we ask for a minute
Mr.
suspension
President.
to greet our colleague?
Yes, we'll have a minute suspension to greet our colleague, Senator Amy Marcos. Happy birthday.
Okay, Mr. President, for my education, two government agencies entered into contracts with two different companies. The claim now is that the controlling interest or beneficial interest may only be one, no? In the two companies. What agency reviews the contracts entered into by government agencies?
It's the NEDA ICC, Your Honor.
NEDA ICC looks at the economic aspect yata, but the terms of the contract,
yung legal.
di ba, wala ba tayong ahensya ng gobyerno na nag-a-advise sa terms ng kontrata?
The PPP Center with
PPP
reference
Center.
to these contracts, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I was also informed yung nabanggit na controlling interest parang na-unload na yata. So,
Umiba
there
na.
was a convergence of controlling interest initially, parang nabenta na ho yata ngayon.
Yes. Okay. Kasi yung how come the ownership of the data generated from the use of the system, but di na-anticipate ng government agencies yan, Mr. President, na naging gray area pa yun? Hindi ba dapat klarong-klaro yun? That should belong to the government. And if the contract should be not that clear, someone in the government should have pointed that out to make it clear, Mr. President. Dalawang ahensya na biktima.
Yeah, I agree with you, Your Honor. But in fact, it's the first time this has come to my attention. But as you know, hindsight is always 20/20, and perhaps information was not the valuable commodity it is now when the contracts were signed in 2004 and 2009. The world has changed a lot since then. And now, of course, you would not enter into these contracts anymore, knowing how valuable the information or the potentials for not only generating income but also for maybe for protecting privacy rights, etc. All of these are clear to us now, but maybe back then was not the case, Your Honor. So.
Maybe, Mr. President, but I remember that I think there has been a book written before year 2000 that information is power, parang gano'n. I don't know. I have not read that book, but from
Yeah.
just a random recollection, Mr. President. So, sana hindi ganyang ka-unprepared po ang gobyerno. I mean, dami-dami na resources, so Mr. President, billion-billion to pinag-uusapan natin.
Yes, Your Honor. But unfortunately, I think on this front, we've always been kind of, rather than ahead of the curve, behind the curve, because we only passed the DICT 20, I think. Hi. Good morning to our Senate President Mig Zubiri.
Yes.
I think we only passed the DICT after many tries. I think we were here, Your Honor, during your second term, my first term. So we should have done that much earlier than these issues regarding information, privacy, maybe regulating contracts pertaining to information held by the government, which is better held in a sovereign capacity rather than in a proprietary capacity. These issues could have been threshed out earlier, and we would be in control of the discussion, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the 400 plus million being given to the LRA for their ICT projects is now being used to prepare the LRA for its computerization programs, anticipating the end of the Lares era, Mr. President? Is that it?
Yes, Your Honor.
But multi-year program ito? I mean, do we expect to see this multi-million peso appropriations for LRA connected with its ICT project, Mr. President? In-house ICT. Is this going to be an in-house ICT project?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
So, let us say, at the end of the, it's a multi-year program, how many years? At the end of the program, how much cost will it have cost us, Mr. President? Win. Kasal?
69. And what do you expect to see? The data infrastructure to safeguard. The aim is to create the data infrastructure to safeguard and protect the information, Your Honor. And the approximate cost is about 1.6 to 1.7 billion over 3 years, spread out over 3 years.
Hindi, complete na po ito. Complete na. It's including the stakeholders using the system. Yun kasama na po 'yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sige, okay. Hindi ko alam yung terms kasi, ano yung terms, ano yung nakikita sa screen.
pareho tayo,
So,
pareho tayo.
Describe ko lang, basta complete system, even after the Laris contract, should LRA decide not to extend it, it will have its own in-house computerized system. It's a well-funded one. It functions. The public can transact with the LRA and expect that the data will be safeguarded and also up-to-date and available. So, ganun po yun, Mr. President.
Tama po yun.
Okay,
Tama
sige
po yun. Your Honor.
5.8 billion pesos kasi itong ating appropriation for ICT. The biggest recipient would be the NBI, 1.9 billion. So, may we know
Anything on that?
what are the plans? Immigration pa pala, 2.6 billion din of the amounts, Mr. President. So, may we know from the two agencies how do they plan to use these amounts, and what are the benefits that the people will expect from transacting with the two agencies, Mr. President, because of the ICT programs? NBI and the BID, Mr. President.
What are the KPIs of those expenditures? It doesn't say anything. It's just an itemized. It doesn't say. It's asking for the end. What are the Here, Your Honor, I've been handed a document that describes the. There is the the first ICT project is the procurement of additional border control ICT equipment, and this is to modernize and improve efficiency, security, and accuracy of immigration border management systems. It involves procurement and implementation of updated IT equipment and infrastructure to enhance processing of travelers, data management, and overall border security. So the benefits here are it enhances border security, improves efficiency, data accuracy and integration, and operational continuity. The second ICT project is the border security body camera system.
Body camera.
And the description here is to enhance transparency, accountability, and safety of immigration operations by outfitting officers with body cameras during their duties to capture audio and video recording of interactions and incidents involving secondary inspection of passengers. The benefits of this system are accountability and transparency, enhanced evidence collection, improved officer behavior, protection of the passenger's rights, quick resolution of complaints, a deterrent effect, improved public trust, and greater documentation of operations. The third ICT project is the provision of additional ICT equipment for main and the subport offices, and this is to modernize and enhance efficiency, accuracy, and security of immigration processes, to enhance processing of visas, permits, alien registration, fees assessment and collection, and generation of relevant reports. The fourth is the replacement of the network security appliance for international ports of entry and exit and other immigration offices, where it is described as it is to enhance network performance, network security infrastructure, and protection from malicious unauthorized access outside the domain of the Bureau. And the benefits are cybersecurity enhancement, network performance, data protection, operational efficiency, scalability. The fifth is the procurement of additional antivirus software and license. This is to strengthen the protection of endpoint devices, including computers, laptops, and other devices against cyber threat and malware. So basically a cybersecurity device or project, Your Honor. The sixth is the expansion of immigration active directory services for international ports of entry and exit to enhance scalability and efficiency and security of active directory services, which is responsible for managing and organizing information about network resources. The seventh is the procurement of the network monitoring system for the airport. This is to enhance the efficiency, security, and reliability of network operations. It involves the acquisition and implementation of a comprehensive network monitoring system to ensure seamless network performance and to detect and respond to issues in real time during the airport operations. The eighth is the cybersecurity tool to fortify the defenses of the BI by acquiring, implementing, and optimizing a range of cybersecurity tools and services to safeguard data, network infrastructure, and digital assets from evolving cyber threats and vulnerabilities. This is in the main office and the field offices. There's a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more, Your Honor.
Sige po. No,
Expansion of cloud storage. If I just go through them quickly with your permission.
yes, dear.
A replacement of backbone of fiber optic cable, the supply, delivery, testing of CCT cameras, expansion of e-gates, satellite internet subscription for IPEE, BCS, and expanded program for alien typing system project, renewal of network security software licenses and support. I'll be happy to furnish his representation with this, Your Honor.
Siguro,
That's for BI, Your Honor.
That's for the BID. Sige, before we go to the NBI, so BID, so yan yung kanyang
Bigyan mo ng ganun sa...
2.6 billion pesos po ang suma total noon ng mga nabanggit niya po. More or less, tama po.
Yes, Your Honor. 2.67.
Siguro, ang tanong na lang natin siguro from the BID. Sige, pagkatapos niyo pong gastusin yung 2.67 billion pesos na yon, ano po ang improvements na makikita natin at mararamdaman ng taong bayan, Mr. President?
Well, greater security, greater accuracy of the data, greater continuity going forward. I mean, adjustment to different systems, etc. Greater accountability and transparency, enhanced evidence collection, better behavior from the officers, and greater protection of the passenger rights, quicker resolution of any complaints, greater efficiency and speed, greater data accuracy, enhancement of cybersecurity, risk mitigation, compliance with licenses, performance optimization, scalability, data security. These are some of the benefits of all of these programs, Your Honor.
Mababawasan yung mahabang pagtatanong ng mga babiyahe?
Palagay ko po. At saka yung kung
May we know why?
greater
Paano?
efficiency.
How this amount will contribute to...
Kasi may expansion of the e-gates ho eh. Yun yung nakikita siguro natin pag nagbiyahe tayo sa... I
Sa ibang
remember
bansa.
recently on our travels, Your Honor, wala nang minsan wala nang actual contact in some instances. There's no more contact with a live officer or a real person, Your Honor. So, lalagay mo na lang yung passport mo. I assume that's what the e-gate refers to, Your Honor.
Di ba pagpasok yun? Pasok ng bansa. Ang problema yata ng ating mga kababayan paglabas ng bansa, yung iniisip nila na parang harassment lang na pagtatanong, Mr. President. Makakatulong ba itong 2.6 billion pesos na ibubuhos ng BID sa ICT na mababawasan po yung ganong parang ritual na dinadaanan ng mga bumabiyahe? Na kababayan natin, palabas ng bansa.
Hopefully, Mr. President, kasi yung e-gates, I've been informed, is for going both in and out of the country.
So, baka mas masakit kasi kung hindi ka payagang gamitin ng e-gates, ibig sabihin nun, na-profile ka, Mr. President. Kahit may e-gates, Mr. President, there will be people who will be allowed a contactless exit, pero some will still go through the BID personnel, Mr. President.
Well, siguro ganun na.
Ganun
Kasi
po, ganun
any
po.
system has to have some kind of catch basin or...
Can we ask the BID
or-
what's the plan on the e-gates? Kasi I hope klaro na sa kanila ano ba itong e-gates na to.
Put a chair here. Anong plano natin? Hindi, pero ito, numbers lang. Ang tanong niya is, anong plano? How will you make it easier for yung papahirapan mo yung mga kababayan natin? Palabas,
Salary pa lang tayo sa tatlo niya sa computerization.
Yeah, the e-gates is really meant to limit the contact with officers, Your Honor. Meaning they have a, what do you call it? Advanced passenger information system. So, bago pa lang pumunta yung pasahero sa airport, more or less may information na yung bureau. Opo. So pagdating doon, alam na nila sino yung more or less sino yung kailangan bantayan, Your Honor. And that in a sense, I guess it minimizes the person-to-person contact and discretion, Your Honor.
Yeah, I know we need to balance this system with our desire to provide our kababayans with less hassle in going out of the country with our concern for human trafficking and illegal recruitment. Ibalanse po natin, pero siguro naman yung hindi masyadong mayaman na kababayan natin na nakapag-ipon, na gusto naman magbiyahe, resulta ng pag-iipon, o may kamag-anak na nag-ipon for them, na bisitahin sila sa ibang lugar. We should understand na merong ganong sitwasyon. It's not all a desire to work outside of the country and evade DMW regulations, Mr. President.
We agree with you, Your Honor.
Ibalanse
We agree
lang
with
po
you.
natin kasi
There is a right to travel under the
Yes,
Constitution, Your Honor. Yes.
tsaka yung mga, I'm sure middle class and above lang yung kayang mag-pre-register po dyan sa ating sistema. Let's make sure na hindi ganun, if possible, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the BI understands. You articulated it very well na dapat hindi yung technology is meant to improve our lives, not to kind of set a boundary between those who can access and those who cannot.
And also some attitudinal change, Mr. President. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know what I mean? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Ito pong body cameras, are we patterning this with the police body cameras? Hindi ko.
MMDA, similar to what the
Hindi ko.
MMDA.
I'm not so familiar with what the MMDA is doing. Tingnan na lang natin if
May live stream ho yun, kung sakali. Kung may camera, tapos may live stream din ho.
because the BID personnel are wearing the vest or the body cameras within the premises, or because they're in operations outside in the field.
May camera sila. They're at the airport, Your Honor. They will be wearing the cameras. And that can be accessed randomly or...
Why not put CCTV cameras?
Meron din po. Meron din po.
So why the redundancy?
It's necessary, apparently, in this case.
How
Your Honor.
much for the body cameras? Doon nga ako nagdududa, sir, kung baka, alam mo, sometimes, parang sa Comelec ba, napansin ko yung mga makinang ipoprocure natin, ang dami-dami namang features, hindi namang magagamit yung ibang features doon. Pero dagdag gastos yun.
It's 203 million, Your Honor, for
1 year.
For the
Pero
body
of course,
camera.
it's a multi-year na siguro. Because that will, yung body cameras natin na bibilin will provide only an X number of personnel. The next year, another number. Ganun po ba ang plano? Isabel?
Lahat na daw ho to. Lahat,
So,
lahat na daw.
Lahat na nung nakaplanong bigyan. So 203 million pesos, Mr. President. Sige. Tingnan natin if... kasi sa United States, Mr. President, diyan tayo kumokopya dito sa body camera. I-raise din natin dito sa police natin. Alam mo, they made it a crime to turn off the video, to mute the camera. So, of course, lalo na siguro kung galawin pa yung whatever is saved there, the data that is saved. They made it a crime. Okay, so burden bali yan sa mga officers, sa police officers nila wearing the body camera. So I hope those proposing body cameras are ready for such a regime, Mr. President. Kasi hindi naman to joke lang. Gagastos tayo ng 200
That's
million
true.
tapos
Yes.
i-off lang nila, i-mute nila. What's the point, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, you have a good point there. Because you don't want to negate the investment you made.
Apo. Ang police will appear before us on Friday.
Sa Friday po.
Yes, apo.
Yung pahanda.
So, okay, so the NBI, Mr. President, 1.9 billion pesos for their ICT. Okay, ito. Siguro sa NBI, mas yung general public yata deals more with the NBI compared to the BID. So, once this amount is spent, okay, for the ICT, ano pong improvement ang mararamdaman ng mga taong bayan transacting with the NBI?
Faster processing time for the clearances, Your Honor. Kasi this CPIS, or Clearance Processing and Issuance System, is designed to process clearance certificates and is the central repository of information. It captures the applicant's personal information, biometric data, face images. It also checks the criminal records. So, yun po ang
Sige po.
goal, yung talagang mas mabilis po yung pag-issue
Hindi pa ba
nila.
kaya yan ngayon, Mr. President? At saka, let me inform the NBI Director, wala nga ako nare-receive na reklamo na mabagal ang system ninyo. Efficient ang system ninyo. You want it more efficient to the tune of 1.8 billion pesos, Mr. President?
Kulang pa daw ho, actually. Kulang pa daw.
Kulang in the sense na the accessibility
I
of the
think what
system?
their aim after improving the efficiency, Your Honor, is to make it more accessible dahil sabi nila they're greatly Manila-based at present. So maganda kung merong data center in Cebu and other populated areas and regions, Your Honor.
So the efficiency that the residents of Metro Manila feel when they transact with the NBI, gusto na natin is-spread to the rest of the country.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Actually, Director, positive ang feedback sa inyo. Walang reklamo na mabagal. So,
You are the father of the NBI, the new
Congratulations
modern
for that,
NBI, Your Honor. You are the father,
of
being the author of the NBI modernization law.
I hope my children are behaving. I think sa NBI also, the NBI is there, Mr. President. So, okay, we're continuing with other fund naman to on the CO. We're continuing with our main headquarters,
Tuloy po yun, Your Honor.
589 million for next year. Magkano ang finand natin for this year?
This year ang tanong niya.
For this year, para
2023.
500 din yata, no? For this year, kung tama.
450? Hindi, kasama rin yan eh. There's 450 million in this year to 2023 GAA, there's 450 million for the construction.
Na-release mo lahat yon, Director? 450 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then we'll appropriate another 589 million for next year. What's the total cost of your main headquarters complex, Mr. Director?
The total is 2.4, Your Honor.
Okay, so mga ngalahati na by next year, Mr. President. Malaki pala ito. Talagang modern po ito. This is the modern NBI.
Envisioned in your law, Your Honor.
Congratulations to the NBI. So, Mr. President, so yun po yun. No? That's why I'm pointing this out. Malaki-laki po yung ating ICT budget for the DOJ family, 5.6. Now, on another topic, Mr. President, doon muna tayo sa sinabi po ni Secretary on his top 3 priorities. So, on the decongestion, you have been transferring prisoners. How is the choice being made in the transfer of prisoners? Do we consider whether or not they have family in their destination who can in the area of their destination who can visit them? Is that a factor or not a factor?
Under the concept of regionalization, Your Honor, they consider what region you come from. So they will put you in a institution within your region. They will prioritize the region you're from, Your Honor.
So, did you also transfer some foreigners?
Yung heinous crime violators, yes, Your Honor, the answer to your question. And the heinous crime violators are in Mindoro, Your Honor. In
So you're
Sablayan.
concentrating them in one prison. What is that prison?
Sablayan, Your Honor, in Mindoro Occidental. Occidental. Mindoro Occidental, Your Honor.
Okay, I looked at the budget, Mr. President. Sa Bucor, nakikita ko 2 units of 2-story dormitory in Davao Prison and Penal Farm, 200 million. 2-story dormitory at Iwag Prison and Penal Farm, 272 million. So, yung Mindoro you're not requesting for any capital outlay to improve Mindoro. Okay siya?
They have an ongoing 400 million project in Mindoro, Your Honor,
From this year's budget?
from previous years, I think.
Previous year's budget, okay. Sige po. When you say, when you use the term dormitory, are these the cells, the rooms of the prisoners? For the
Yes.
prisoners ito, for the
Yes.
prisoners, not
Oh.
for our employees. Okay.
Opo.
So it looks like we have been slowly improving our how do you call this, General? Anong tawag ba sa kanila? Di pa natin to pwedeng tawagin regional prisons yata eh.
Sa persons deprived of liberty.
No. The areas like Davao Prison, Iway Prison.
Regional prisons.
We already called them our regional prison. How many regional prisons do we have, Bale?
Now we only have about 5 in outside.
Iwahig is but we have Palawan, di ba? Davao.
There are 2 in Metro Manila, Your Honor, and there are 5 outside.
Yes, we have in Tacloban, Davao, Palawan, Mindoro, Occidental, and
Zamboanga, Your
may
Honor.
Zamboanga. Okay. So thank you for that. So yung 5 outside of Metro Manila, we have been slowly over the years improving them.
Yes, Your Honor.
So wala po tayong nakakaligtaan sa General. Ha? So nag-account, nag-inventaryo lang po ako na even Zamboanga, we have some recent projects there.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, meron na ba tayo regionalization law? Prison. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President. No, I'm not aware of any law authorizing or establishing regional prisons. Pero itong na-mention na natin, siyempre, they have their own legal basis in establishing them. Can I just, yes?
I've been informed there's Republic Act 10575, which deals with the
105.
regionalization, Your Honor.
That's the regionalization na. Okay, what was the power, did the law determine the location of the regional prisons? Or that was left for an entity to determine?
Yeah, it requires all regions to have an institution, actually. But of course, our resources are
Yes, yun na. But
it is an aspiration for the future, Your Honor.
you mentioned 7, we have 7 prisons na.
Yeah, 2 in Metro Manila, Your Honor.
Yes, 2 in Metro Manila. Yung 5
5,
outside of Metro Manila, bali compliant na yung 5 regions na yon with that law. We will consider the prison existing in the region as the regional prison in our planning in how we will implement the law.
Yeah, the 5 are compliant, Your Honor, but but the goal is really to have
Yes,
them in
yes.
all the regions, Your Honor.
I think there are 18, no? How is the country divided into regions? 18? 18 ba? So
18 including BARM, Your Honor.
yes, 18 include. Let's just read the law na ganun ang meaning ng law, no? So 18. So the goal is 18, yeah? Para ma-picture natin, nasa 5 pa lang tayo. We're not counting the 2 in Metro Manila.
Opo.
Is Metro Manila under the law as
NCR.
how you interpret it, Secretary and the General, is that entitled also to 1 regional prison?
Yun ang bilibid na ho yun. Yun yung national bilibid.
So the
prison.
bilibid in Muntinlupa will not be transferred.
Eventually, they're looking at closing it down. I think that's been studied across. I think,
Mr. President, nakatingin lang ako how
Yes,
long-term
yes.
ba? Long-term.
yes, Your Honor. Yes.
From the implementers of the law, yung
Apo.
mga expert. Ayan, Apo. Sa implementers of the law, so let's assume our reading now, let's assume na lang na tama yung reading natin. The mandate of the law is regional prisons in each region. We have 18 regions. At the end of the program, dapat we are counting 18 regional prisons, including 1 in Metro Manila.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there should be 1 in Metro Manila. That's a...
Right now, we are really having a problem in the new belief because ano na po siya.
Close down daw. So, okay, so that's our reading, Mr. President. So, malayo pa tayo. So, at least 5, we can say that yung 5 of the 18, no? Do we have two prisons in Metro Manila. Do we intend one of them to be that prison complying with the law? That there should be one in Metro Manila? One regional prison in Metro
Well,
Manila?
it's a little more complicated, Your Honor, because although the law requires each region to have one, and of course NCR is a region, but the Bilibid has become less than ideal. So in their opinion, it should be phased out.
And then, okay, in due time, no?
In due time,
medyo
yes,
long-term
yes.
planning lang po tayo. Parang,
Yes.
so, when the Muntinlupa facility is now closed down, what is the plan? How will the real property be put to good use? Who owns it in the first place?
Bucor.
Bucor owns it.
Opo.
Okay. So, what's the long-term plan, Mr. President? With that, I believe that should be already be prime property now. Before, ano ba siya? Before, parang palahiban lang.
Well, if the Secretary would have his way, it would be a government center, Your Honor.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Mr. President, your good kuya wants to interpret.
With
Mr.
the
President,
permission
recognized.
of, thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the Minority Floor Leader, where do you plan to transfer the Bilibid, Your Honor?
I think they're
If,
looking at different institutions because nga under the regionalization to decongest Bilibid.
Do you plan
You
to
create,
transfer it outside of Metro Manila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Probably where?
Merong Laguna.
Have you made
They're
negotiations
looking at
outside of
Laguna.
Metro Manila?
Maybe have ideally someplace north and someplace south of Metro Manila. Your Honor.
South, like Bicol Region, Quezon,
Even Laguna, Your Honor.
Laguna? Have you made the representations with the officials there?
Wala pa po. You have government land.
Why
They-
do you
they
plan to
considered
close
it
it
because
down?
they have a lot of government land in.
Yeah, why do you plan to close the Bilibid? Ano ba ang problema?
Well, it's a highly populated area, Your Honor.
So you're going to purchase a land? You're going to purchase a land to build the structure?
The ideal would be to just use what the government already has, Your Honor.
Okay, is it bigger than the present facility?
Ideally, they would like a bigger facility, Your Honor.
How many hectares does the Bilibid have?
Bilibid is 365 hectares, Your Honor.
365 hectares. And you're planning to transfer it to a much wider and much bigger space? More
Ideally,
than
500 is the desired space.
500 hectares? That can accommodate all prisoners?
But
You think so?
it's a maximum facility, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
gentleman from San Juan.
So, as I gathered, Mr.
Ngayon.
President, sige, General, I'm assuming you're the expert sa history ng even sa land ownership dyan. The land of the New Bilibid prison was donated to the government
By the city of Manila.
originally.
We were formerly, the old Bilibid prison is in Manila. And then the mayor of Manila bought properties in Muntinlupa to transfer us.
The history of that, Your Honor, is that the old Bilibid was located in the city of Manila. And when transferring to the current location, these lands were bought by the then mayor of Manila. So doon nilipat po and that's the existing Bilibid facility, Your Honor.
And so originally, the title has already been issued in the name of the Bucor from the very start.
Yes, in the name of the Republic, Your Honor.
In the name of the Republic. So maybe we will learn our lesson. What happened to the land over which the old Bilibid stood in Manila? What is it now?
The new city jail, Manila City Jail now.
It's now the Manila City Jail.
Manila City, sa jail pa rin. Okay. Yeah, but that's the jail. That's BJMP na. That's BJMP. That's BJMP jurisdiction, Mr. President. And that's where, unfortunately, Dr. Iggy Agbayani was jailed and died there. Grabe, congestion din po doon. The same problem with the Bucor, right? Ganun po yan. Okay. So, although my staff, I want to put it on record, my staff disagrees with our reading of RA 10575. We disagree with the reading that that's already the law, which is the authority on the regionalization of prisons, Mr. President. So, but at any rate, let's assume. So, yung Masungi Reserve, you own land there. In the long-term planning, you intend to use that as one of the regional prisons?
It was declared as a protected area, Your Honor, although it is in the name of Bucor.
Pwede naman kasi nag-file din siya ng bill.
No, Your Honor.
Na-overtaken na.
No, Your Honor.
So what is that?
Yeah.
What's the controversy over your ownership of that piece of land there in Masungi, Mr. Chairman, General? Kasi ang issue dun, you were intending to use it for what, Mr. President?
Di kasi ang titulo ho nasa Bucor. Eh nagmowa sila with DNR to create a geo-reserve there. It gained popularity as a reserve. Marami nag-hiking ho doon. So yun siguro. So when they had there was an anong tawag dito, trial balloon whether to transfer the facilities there. Maraming umangal ho, Your Honor.
Yes, so hindi na itutuloy dahil maraming umangal? Whatever was the plan?
We are conducting a study if we can put up the training school because it's really a good place for training
Training of
our future leaders of the
For women sa Mandaluyong.
what they're now looking at is putting up they're studying the possibility of putting up a training school for the Bucor officials there, Your Honor. Because,
Training siya, pero training school, pero nasa reserve siya.
yeah, but not an incarceration facility,
Yes,
Your Honor.
so that's very
Yeah.
clear. And what was also made clear today, this afternoon...
Maybe your consultant can consult your consultant on your questions can talk to the secretary, Your Honor, instead of feeding you questions, Your Honor.
No. There's just a dialogue going on here, Mr. President. The questions are originally mine, Mr. President.
I was born in Muntinlupa.
Yeah.
Yes. So, I'm happy to yield the mic to
No, the question,
our colleague from Muntinlupa, Your Honor.
But what we established
And Las Piñas,
Mr. President, ito importante yata. What we established this afternoon is the land over which the new Bilibid prison is built is not subject to a conditional donation where if the use is changed, it will now revert to the donor. Walang ganon.
Wala po.
Okay, klaro.
Wala po.
Walang ganon. Kung meron man tayong narinig na ganon, chismis yun, Mr. President.
I think that refers to maybe I heard that about Camp Crame. Yun talaga may condition yun from the Ortigas as and Aguinaldo, Your Honor. So yun definitely
But
meron.
there are no long-term
They cannot.
plans naman to
Yeah, but
to
we heard
change.
the government previously also toying with the idea of privatizing it, but it came to a halt because of that legality. Yung Kapitolyo.
Sige po, okay.
But if all fails, Senator Villar will fund the expansion, Your Honor.
Sige po, Mr. President. Okay, siguro, well, during the committee hearing, we raised the issue of the unfilled positions. I hope they're just conscious of this issue. But are there vacant positions for prosecutors? Still vacant? Dapat priority natin yun. Prosecutors in the sense of chief prosecutor. Ano ba mga chief prosecutors? Provincial, ano ba? Regional, regional, provincial.
My dear colleague, Senator Pimentel, before you move on to another topic, I just want to dwell on the topic of the Bureau of Prisons, of Supermax. the sponsor, Senator Angara.
300, yes, Mr. President, I'll just put on record
Sure,
the
sure.
answer to with your permission, Mr. President. There are only 305 prosecutor positions which are unfilled. Yes, Mr. President. Yeah.
Yes, the reason why I wanted to interject is because that's my baby, that's my law. I'm the principal author of that law, sponsored by Senator Gordon in the last Congress, and co-authored with Senator Soto, our Senate President pro tem at the time. I was the majority leader. The idea was to move those charged with heinous crimes, Mr. Sponsor, to a supermax facility. That way to prevent the drug lords, the syndicates from operating within the walls of Muntinlupa, even gaining strength once they enter Muntinlupa.
Yes, I remember that. I remember that, Mr. President.
Remember we had a
Yeah.
debate on that.
I was here, yes.
So so I'd like to just echo the questions of Senator Coco. What is the plan of the DOJ on that law? Is it will it be an unimplemented law, unfunded law? Because if it's an unfunded law, Secretary, nandito ka na yun. Ask for it. Di ba? Nabibigay nga tayo sa Coast Guard, tsaka sa Air Force, Navy. Bakit hindi yung para sa mga kulungan ng mga balasubas at mga walang hiyang criminal na ito?
Meeting document. May existing.
Do we have? Do we not have? Do you need? Do you want?
Is there
What are your plans for that law? Yun yung Supermax, Senator Coco Pimentel, our minority floor leader. Yeah.
I want to go back.
Ayun nga eh.
Kasi merong bidding. What are we bidding for? The amount.
That was the answer to the clamor for those who wanted the death penalty. Sabi namin, we don't need the death penalty. We just have to put them in supermax facilities. Tama? Tama. Session suspended. We'll ask the Thank you, dear sponsor. After discussing with our secretary, apparently there is a plan, if you can confirm this, Your Honor, Mr. Sponsor, for a 4 billion Supermax facility. So we'll figure out a way how we can do a MICA, which is a multi-year budgeting for that. We'll talk to the speaker. Kailangan dapat on-board na yung house dito sa budget na ito. So, loud and clear, at least meron tayong plano. Meron tayong plano.
We confirm that information relayed by the President of the Senate and relayed to us by the Secretary of Justice, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you. Maraming salamat, Senator Coco, for your time. For eating into your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. No? This is very interesting subject, Mr. President, kasi we talk about justice, napaka-critical na topic. Since the General is already there, no, what's the congestion rate of Bucor, Mr. President?
Around 320%, Your Honor.
Right now po yun. But, okay, before your decongestion plan was put into effect, what was the congestion rate?
It's on 350, 360 before that, Your Honor.
So a little improvement pa. But after the end of your decongestion plan, what would be the congestion rate anticipated or planned congestion rate, Mr. President?
Ideally, zero, Your Honor.
Hindi, pero I don't think so. Kasi tatlo lang ang choices nila would be to decongest from Muntinlupa to the 5 existing regional
170.
regional
Maybe
prisons.
After the reforms, mga 170, Your Honor.
107. Okay. Yeah, pero lumuwang nagkaroon ng 2 times more space ang ano yun. Ang PDL po natin. Sige po.
Lumuwag. May mga mansyon.
You know, Mr. President, I have seen some documentaries, no? World's toughest prisons. Ganyan yan eh. At pasok tayo ron. I think they featured 1 or 2 of our prisons eh. But not because our prisoners are tough. Iba, compared sa ibang bansa, yun, their prisoners are tough. Sa atin hindi, ang babait nga eh. Nag-enjoy nga yung nag-film ng documentary. But he found our system strange. Na, number 1, they're not really jails or prisons in the sense na merong bars sa doors or sa nakaselda sila. And number 2, because of our system where these are run practically by the inmates. So, what is the philosophy behind our correction and rehabilitation laws, Mr. President? Ano bang nakasulat doon, Mr. President?
Well, Your Honor, I think what the concept of Bilibid is a maximum security prison. So lahat nung, I think it's reclusion temporal or reclusion perpetua, pataas, doon na talaga. Dumami ho. I think it went, the reality went beyond the idea to the point that Bilibid now has about 30,000 inmates, Your Honor. So,
As I understand it, Mr. President, 3 years and above, bilibid ka.
well,
Yeah, yes, ganun yun. 3 years
So-
and above. But
so it is overcrowded, Your Honor,
Yes,
definitely.
tama.
And the Secretary wishes and the Department, they want to decongest it talaga para all the associated evils and of course, just the simple overcrowding is already a problem in itself, Your Honor. But as we have learned in previous investigations, there are associated evils with having so many criminals and syndicates in one place, Your Honor. So.
then, kaya nga, and then parang our system is we let the inmates run the facility, Mr. President. That was the impression of the person who made the documentary. And we see it, di ba? I mean,
Yes, that's correct.
Is that what the law states, Mr. President?
No, Your Honor, it's not what the law states, but because of the numbers, there is, in a way, the authorities are overwhelmed, which is why
Okay.
precisely the Secretary is doing his current actions to decongest Bilibid and populate and create greater capacity in the other existing penal institutions, Your Honor.
Sige po. After the decongestion plan of Muntinlupa, what would now be the congestion rates in the 5 regional prisons that we are sending the inmates to?
Mga 200%, Your Honor.
So that means yung design din pala nila.
But they still need to,
Yeah,
actually, they're also
they have-
inadequate as we speak, Your Honor, which is why, as you mentioned, there are current construction, yung dormitory na nabanggit po ninyo na 200 plus million.
Yes.
That's part of the plan to decongest, Your Honor.
Sige po, and well, at any rate, I hope the Bucor has a publication to explain their medium-term to long-term plans. Kasi nag-decongest tayo sa Muntinlupa, naging 170% congestion rate. Pinasa natin sa regional prisons, naging 200% congestion rate doon. I don't know. So, I don't know. What was there for the benefit? May benefit sa naiwan sa Muntinlupa, merong disadvantage doon naman sa regional prison, Mr. President. So, in writing na lang, Mr. Is there something written? Lahat ba ito nakaplano, Mr. President? Is there a playbook? Is there
They
a
can submit, they can give you
No, right now,
details of the plan.
is there something written reflecting the plan for our prisons?
They have a 5-year development plan. They'll give you a copy, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So siguro, Mr. President, marami pa tayong tanong dito, but ano naman, accessible naman ang ating mga kaibigan sa Justice Department and Justice Family. We can at any time consult them or call for them to ask
Yes,
questions.
certainly, Your Honor. They
But-
consider you one of the reformers in the judge, so they will approach you if they need anything, certainly. And I think one of these letters here is addressed to you, yung asking for help sa mga projects
sige,
nila.
ano po bang appeals ng ating Justice Family, Mr. President? Siguro yung unahin natin.
The project that mentioned by the Senate President, Your Honor.
Supermax.
Opo.
Which there is already a 1 billion appropriation in the unprogrammed
Yes, Your Honor.
appropriations.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Okay, so is that enough?
No, they want 4.1 billion, Your
No,
Honor.
in one calendar year.
No, but tama si Senate President, na mas maganda dyan, yung multi-year.
Kaya nga.
uh, funding,
In
Your Honor.
context yung tanong ko, for the year 20, kasi 2024 budget pinag-uusapan natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a request in connection with the Supermax in 2024, despite knowing the fact that you have already 1 billion in the unprogrammed
Hindi,
appropriations.
yun yung request nila actually because originally wala yun sa
Oo
program.
nga. So let me congratulate the
Opo, nilagay po
the
natin
committee.
sa program. Opo.
Opo, kasi pero Mr. President, saan po linagay ng committee? Saan program nga pala? Sorry, I forgot. It's on program. Okay. And that was reported already in our last in the interpellation for the unprogram, Mr. President. So is that the only request from the Justice Family? Okay na, the committee chair took good care of you. But let me engage the Secretary with, in a little debate, Mr. President, on the confidential fund. Kasi medyo malaki-laki yata itong... How much are we giving which among the Justice Family agencies are recipients of
Ito yan.
either confidential fund or intelligence fund? Identify po natin.
Well, the DOJ itself, the OSEC, meaning the Office of the Secretary, the Witness Protection Program, Your Honor, the AYACAT, that's the... Don't keep giving me... This is the one, the anti-trafficking agency, Your Honor, but, we're here at the Committee on Finance, we're overwhelmed with acronyms and they keep giving us more acronyms, so I'm telling them they must give us the full name so we can explain it to the public, Your Honor. The Office of Cybercrime, the Bureau of Immigration, the NBI, the Office of the Solgen, Your Honor.
Yes, but yung yung mga other offices doon, these are under the Office of the Secretary, yung iba doon, Mr. President. Office of the Cybercrime, for example, that's under the Office of the Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
yes.
that's one lump sum confidential fund. Hindi po naman siguro yung pag-segregate ng amount
Lump sum na
is to justify the bottom line of the confidential fund. When it is granted, it is a lump sum, Mr. President.
Yeah, you know, the other departments. Pero yung sinasabi niya, yung sa OSEC. It's a lump sum. You're correct, Your Honor.
Yes. That in the use, well, in the actual use, it could be, the amounts could be blurred, Mr. President. Pwedeng na-prioritize yung ibang, yung, ano ba iba? What? Ipakilista.
Yeah, they're just furnishing the details of the actual use, Your Honor.
The proposed use, Mr. President.
Proposed
use, yes.
Yeah.
So, in our committee report, sige, ito na lang po kasi yung issue na worth discussing in public, Mr. President. Office of the Solicitor General, 10 million confidential fund, which during the committee hearing, I think the office is willing to waive. That's what I got, Mr. President. So, are we retaining this, Mr. President, or should we follow the wish of the head of the agency that he does not need confidential funds? He can live without it, Mr. President. The agency can live without it.
Well, if that's the case, then we'll welcome a motion, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that, Mr. President. NBI, 175.4 million. Siyempre, you're part of law enforcement. Okay, we understand. And your civilian agencies, you're only up to confidential fund, Mr. President. Bureau of Immigration, 20 million. Tama po, sir?
That's
In
correct, Your Honor.
confidential fund.
That's
Apo.
correct.
Opo. So they're also uniformed agency. Is Bureau of Immigration considered an armed agency? Your uniformed agency.
Law enforcement agency.
Law enforcement. Okay, yes, okay. Law enforcement then. No, so at most entitled to confidential fund. Tinitignan na lang naman natin dito yung reasonableness. If the agency can be justified to receive confidential fund, yung amount na lang tinitignan natin on the reasonableness. And then our committee report reflects the amount of 168 million as for confidential funds of the Office of the Secretary. Is this accurate, Mr. President?
That's correct, Your Honor. Ito yung lump sum na pinag-usapan nyo earlier, binanggit nyo earlier, broken down into the OSEC, the Witness Protection Program, the IACAT or Anti-Trafficking Program, and the Cybercrime Program, Your Honor.
Okay, susulat ba? So, I thought it was a billion pesos, Mr. President. That's why I'm raising this. Hindi. So, that's not correct. So, 168 million lang po for the Secretary. How do we justify this, Mr. Secretary? Because the joint circular, yung 2015, says that the agency can be given confidential fund if it needs to do surveillance activities in order to support its operations and mandate, Mr. President. So, can we justify this, Mr. President? Using that joint circular's concept or principle, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Purchase of information is the main use of the confidential intelligence funds, Your Honor.
Because the DOJ is enforcing what kind of criminal law? What criminal law, Mr. President?
It's part of their prosecutorial function, Your Honor. They have law and order functions, identification, monitoring, recommendation of public or private enterprises controlled by foreign nationals that may pose a national security threat, the identification, monitoring, and recommendation of establishments or industries engaged in anti-competitive behavior relevant to national security or peace, uncovering, preventing, neutralizing illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to the Secretary and other key officials. And then with respect to the Witness Protection Program, expenses related to the benefits, provisions, protection, livelihood, and counseling of witnesses per the witness protection law. And with respect to IACAT, the confidential activities including the surveillance operations in monitoring the implementation of Republic Act 9208. This is, I suppose, this is the anti-trafficking law. And with respect to the Office of Cybercrime, confidential activities relating to international mutual assistance and extradition for cybercrime and cyber-related matters in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act 10175, Your Honor.
So thank you for mentioning the Witness Protection Program. That is a program of under the DOJ. So that means it has its own budget. Am I correct in saying that the WPP budget is 319 million, Mr. President?
It's part of the OSEC budget, Your Honor.
It's not segregated in a program form, Mr. President, unlike the other agencies where
There is an item for the witness protection sub-program, Your Honor.
And is there an amount, Mr. President?
It's 241 million, Your Honor.
241.
Opo.
241 lang pala. In our committee report. Doon po sa 241, wala pong flexibility doon to pay for those expenses which need some confidentiality, Mr. President. Para saan po ba yung 241 million pesos po?
Made personal services 23 million, MOE is 190, CO is 27, Your Honor.
Doon po sa 190, wala pa po doon yung other expenses na in order to make the program a success, Mr. President?
Well, I think because of the nature of the program, it's meant to be quite secret, Your Honor. Under our laws, once you, it's just in a regular budgetary item, then you have to publicize, etc. You are even required to put it on field JEPs. So
I think-
those are maybe it's not the wisest decision to put those things or to publicize those things, Your Honor.
So what would be the MOE for the WPP? On what items do we spend the MOE? 190 yun, ano?
Yun ang nakalagay sa binasa ko. Yun ang nakalagay. Yeah, but his question is about MOE. You're not listening eh. What is the MOE for? Tinatanong niya. Yeah. Well, the broad mandate of the Witness Protection Program is to provide financial assistance to witnesses, allowances to their dependents, relocation, livelihood assistance of witnesses whose coverages have been terminated, medical and hospitalization expenses, bereavement assistance, and for other incidental and witness protection-related expenses relative to the needs of our covered witnesses and the hundreds of their dependents, Your Honor. This is the range of expenses for the Witness Protection Program, Your Honor.
Yes, and over the years, we have been funding this through the MOE of the WPP sub-program, Mr. President. So it can be done. It can be done that it can be, we can fund it through a line item, Mr. President.
To the extent that it's predictable. But what if you have... Yeah. There is a provision in Republic Act 6981. This is the Witness Protection, Security, and Benefit Act. Section 7 pertains to confidentiality of proceedings, Your Honor. So all proceedings involving application for admission to the program in the nation and the action taken thereon shall be confidential in nature. No information or documents given or submitted in support thereof shall be released except upon written order of the department or proper court. And then there is a provision to penalize any violation of confidentiality of proceedings, Your Honor.
So the confidential fund to be given to the OSEC, which he will use for the WPP, in effect supplements the 190 million amount already appropriated for the WPP under MOE of that
Your Honor.
sub-program.
Yes, Your Honor.
but then the 190 million in the MOE of the sub-program is audited in the regular manner by COA. Ganun
Yes,
po
Your
ba?
Honor.
So does that mean to say they cannot use that 190 million because of it divulges information, Mr. President?
Hindi ba pwedeng yung regular gamitin dun sa ano? Yeah. They might be exposing the details of the contracts, etc., Your Honor. So maybe even yeah, addresses, vehicles, etc. They prefer to conduct this to preserve the confidentiality, Your Honor.
Pero yung, for example, let's just use the 2023 WPP sub-program MOE. Magkano kaya yan? It may be in the vicinity of the 190 siguro. May I ask, what is the MOE in the 2023 GAA of the WPP sub-program?
It's 323 million.
323 million. What is the status of that fund, of that item as of the moment?
Utilization. We're inquiring regarding the utilization, Your Honor. Yes, okay. Your Honor, while we are awaiting, is it all right to move to your next question?
I'll just tell you, I'll just reveal why I'm asking that, Mr. President. Ang point ko, nagagamit din naman pala eh. Yung MOE ng WPP for the expenses earlier mentioned by our sponsor, yung mga financial assistance, livelihood, burial benefits, nagagamit din naman pala.
Walang Marisa. So here, Your Honor, I've been given a document which says that for the utilization, it's 53.6% as of June 30, Your Honor. So, well, it's already November, so maybe we can ask for a more updated
Nasa 200 million na siguro by this time yan
figure.
nagamit.
Yes,
po.
yes.
So nagagamit po. Kahit yung nature of the expenditure are supposed to be, sinasabi nyo, confidential. I mean, it can be used na. So
Meron din ho
therefore,
silang meron din ho silang confidential for that year. So they are confidential and non-confidential, Your Honor. Inahati nila
Yes,
as appropriate. They are using some for confidential and some for non-confidential, Your Honor.
so the DOJ has confidential funds for this year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe you know the level, the amount for 2023?
It's 266 million, Your Honor. 266 million, Your Honor.
So the request, so the amount that the committee gave the OSEC for confidential fund for next year is 100 million lower than this year's. Tama po?
This is from the NEP, Your Honor.
2023 GAA po. How much was the CF for the secretary?
526, Your Honor.
So the GAA of 2023 gave the Justice Secretary, the OSEC, 500 million in confidential funds, and then let's compare it to the committee report for next year,
68
million.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so nakita natin yung big drop po, pagbaba. Okay, so we have established that, bumaba. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So maybe for my last few topics na lang, maikli na lang po ito. We have, last few lang, if we can ask the Board of Claims to give us some assistance because we want to improve the victims' compensation system, di ba? Tama po ba yun na the amount now is for unjust, imprisonment, wrongful ano ba to? Wrongful
incarceration, unjust imprisonment or detention.
There is a maximum amount under the law. Wala tayong choice. Tama po ba yan? There's a maximum amount and that's 10,000.
It's 1,000 per month for victims of imprisonment or detention, 10,000 for victims of violent crimes, Your Honor.
Yung 1,000 per month yata, not exceeding pa a certain amount. Tama po ba? Ganun po yata yan. Can the experts help us? Sino?
Yun po yun. That's
That's
those
it?
are the provisions of the law, Your Honor. Section 4 of RA 7309 sets the maximum amount of compensation as follows. 1,000 per month for imprisonment or detention, 10,000 for victims of violent crimes. But there is a pending bill, Your Honor, to increase the amounts of this compensation.
Sige po. Yes, I think we need to prioritize that, Mr. President. But siguro the implementors of the law can give us with can provide us with insights, Mr. President, and guidance on the realities on the ground, what's happening on the ground. Do we have a criminal code committee, Mr. President?
Yes, they will submit their recommendations to you.
Yes, please, help us. Kasi priority natin yan but we don't want to make a mistake o gusto natin maging realistic po yung figures. Okay. Do we have a criminal code committee, Mr. President, already existing?
Doon siya kumukuha ng material.
Criminal code committee? Do we have a criminal code committee?
Yes, I think there's one under, di ba kay Indian yun? Di ba kay Indian yung criminal code? Yes, it's under USEC-C, Your Honor.
What's the mandate of the committee and what is the status of their work, Mr. President?
They want to work with the Supreme Court in crafting a new criminal code, Your Honor. Codification, simplification.
Is it more focused on procedure or on the substance?
I think it's substantial, Your Honor.
They should work with us, Mr. President. Mayroon na ba pong draft or what is the draft? Kumusta ang draft?
Meron na. Anong stage? May draft yata sa UP Law Center, Your Honor.
Sige po, kasi di ba ang ultimate objective nito dahil masyado ng kalat-kalat yung criminal
So many
laws,
special
criminal
laws.
natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
We want to codify so that we only refer to one document, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, I cannot let go of the justice sector, Mr. President, without mentioning the case of Dr. Iggy Agbayani. Is the ano yun, parole and probation administration present, Mr. President? If they could sige nga, I find this topic kasi complex, hindi ko kabisado.
I already told you.
What's the when the accused is convicted, generally speaking, because kung RPC offense yun, the convict is sentenced to an indeterminate sentence na merong minimum and the maximum period, Mr. President.
Opo.
As I understand it, when the prisoner has already served the minimum, is that prisoner entitled to apply for parole, Mr. President?
It's not a matter of right, Your Honor. It's a privilege. So
Yes.
if you have previous records, if you're a recidivist, you're not allowed to avail of those.
But that's the principle, no? That's the purpose of that minimum period, no? Okay. Does that extend to a convict sentenced to 1 month and 1 day to 1 year and 1 day? Upon reaching the minimum of 1 month and 1 day, the privilege is available to the convict?
But yes, they have to apply for parole to the BTP.
Yes, pwede na. Because that was the situation of Dr. Agbayani. This is what I want to point out.
But I think in the case of Dr. Agbayani, he chose not to avail of parole, Your Honor. He appealed his decision, and the appeal was, as mentioned yesterday, during the judiciary budget. The first appeal was affirmed. The conviction was affirmed of 2 years. The penalty of 2 years was affirmed. And on appeal to this, further appeal to the Supreme Court, the penalty was reduced to 1 year, Your Honor. Unfortunately, Dr. Agbayani died while in prison, Your Honor.
While into the fourth month of his incarceration, Mr.
Yes, Your
President.
Honor.
So, but my point, Mr. President, is PPA also computerized? Are you a beneficiary of our 5.8 billion computerization? Yes, meron po kayong 59 million doon. Apa. Okay. Which should enhance.
Yes, they're within the DOJ family, so therefore they should be a beneficiary of that.
I think in the breakdown, they are a recipient of around 59 million for their ICT project to enhance their information system. It's a policy question, Mr. President. Do you want to be just a passive agency or a proactive agency where you are computerized to the point that you can identify prisoners who could be entitled under the law to apply? Hindi naman natin sinasabing right ito but privilege. But sometimes the lack of information, even the knowledge that you can apply is already a violation of, sabihin na natin, quotation marks, rights, Mr. President.
Oh, you're correct, Your Honor. They want to eventually become what you just mentioned and described very vividly, Your Honor.
And this can only happen if you're, siyempre, technologically savvy or you're assisted by technology. Does your budget reflect that desire, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is
Yes.
there a long-term plan to enhance your services through the use of technology, databasing, record keeping?
Yes, Your Honor, and that is headed by Yusek Malvar. There's a plan, Your Honor.
Okay, so
ASEC.
as of the moment, is that plan in writing already? You have a written plan which you can provide my office, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po, kasi we're not touching on the merits of the case of Dr. Agbayani, siyempre, but we are sad for this turn of events, Mr. President. Doktor, kailangan, masama na nga nung doctor to population ratio natin, and then ito pa po nangyari, and he's a renowned orthopedic surgeon, Mr. President. Hindi na po natin i-discuss yung merits ng case. Kasi yung complainant naman dito, Mr. President, abogado naman. Kompanyero naman natin, Mr. President. So, at any rate, Mr. President, so we try our best to improve our justice system, and the DOJ family plays a very critical role. And ulitin ko po once again, Mr. President, very approachable naman tong ating the personalities leading the justice sector, the DOJ sector, Mr. President. So, I hope, Mr. President, yung mga pendency na lang, just like yung sa judiciary, tinatanong natin yung aging, pendency ng mga, kasi may mga quasi-judicial din po sila, may mga preliminary investigation pala, may mga appeals to the secretary, so find a way to also not be the subject of the same complaints thrown against the judicial system na mabagal, natutulog ang mga kaso. So, aksyonan po natin whether yes or no, approve, denied, etc. Wag yung tulog yung kaso, puro dribble. You're not a basketball team, you're the justice team, Mr. President. So, you decide one way or the other, Mr. President. So, thank you, and we wish you all the best. Good luck to the DOJ family. Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. And
Thank you very much, distinguished Minority Leader, for the many good ideas. But I think we really need to have reforms in our justice system. But definitely the Secretary knows what he wants to do and is aware of his limitations and resources to pursue it, Your Honor. Thank you to distinguished Minority Leader.
Before we recognize Senator Gatchalian, I have to go upstairs. We have some visitors. I'll be right back down. But before the budget, after the budget is approved, Mr. Sponsor, may we request the Secretary and the NBI and maybe his key aides of the Secretary to meet us in executive session in the back. Well, the other budgets are being heard. We can just discuss certain issues of confidentiality, particularly one that will be taken up later by Senator Bato del Rosa. He's raising his hand. With the permission of Senator Gatchalian, really quick. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Bato del Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we include in the executive session the Bureau of Immigration?
Oh, yes. If they're with us, right? The budget is
Kasama
being
mo sila.
discussed.
Isama natin doon.
Oh, this, it's about the falsified or false documents. Original, authentic documents using fake personalities. I think that's the best way of
Thank you, Mr.
discussing it. So we'll have that after the budget. If it's okay with the Minority Floor Leader? Yes, please. Minority Leader is recognized.
What's the plan, what's your proposal, Mr. President, that while we are deliberating on the budget of the other agencies,
Or we can pause.
we will have a, so,
We can pause if
Yes.
you want, because this is very important.
because the
You may want
minority
to
can only
there.
be in one place,
I know. I know.
one time, at one time, Mr. President. So,
Yes, because this is very, very important lang. Anyway, we won't be discussing it much because we'll be discussing localities, places where they're supposedly issuing these documents, and I don't want to put it out in public until we have a full-blown investigation. So,
Yes, Mr.
thank you,
President.
Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Sponsor.
President. At this juncture, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela City, the Vice Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, who will just make a manifestation, Mr. President,
Yes,
no
sir.
other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Our dear colleague from Valenzuela, we were just there this morning administering the oath to your 500 or so SK and barangay officials. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for gracing our occasion and being our solemnizing officer. Mr. President, I won't ask any questions. I just want to, first of all, commend the Trafficking in Persons Enforcement Group for doing an outstanding job in rescuing trafficked persons, enforcing our laws in against human trafficking, particularly USECT, who is the head of the IACAT, the Interagency Task Force Against Human Trafficking. And I bear witness to this as last Friday, Senator Risa Hontiveros conducted an inspection and a hearing in the latest raid, Pogo raid in Pasay City, wherein they rescued several women who were allegedly trafficked, drawn into prostitution, and also held against their will inside the self-contained sex den, motel, torture chamber, everything in one building, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. And I thank IACAT for being aggressive in the fight against human trafficking. On top of that, Mr. Chairman, to add insult to injury, I remember during the hearing of the DICT and the Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Center, also, to our surprise, disclosed that the Philippines is ranked second in terms of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. And there's also a survey that we saw in one of our readings, and this is the Scale of Harm survey by the International Justice Mission and the University of Nottingham Rights Lab, estimates that 471,000 Filipino children were trafficked to produce nude child sexual exploitation material in 2022. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, we are ranked second in the whole world when it comes to online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. This is nothing to be proud of. Typically, when you rank high, you become very proud, but in this particular case, it's a damage to our reputation, definitely. And the human traffic victim just this year alone from Pogo is already counting at about 4,038 rescued victims just in 2023, Mr. Chairman. So these criminal activities, human trafficking, sexual exploitation of children is real, and it's happening in our country. And hardened criminal syndicates are operating in our country. And these criminal syndicates freely roam within our jurisdiction, Mr. President. And my fear, Mr. President, is these syndicates will transition from trafficking foreign individuals to trafficking our local kababayans, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I actually suggested to our good chairman, Mr. President, to increase the budget of the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Enforcement Group. In the NEP, they were allocated 76 million. However, it was reduced in the GAB and also in the committee report by 10 million. And this representation actually suggested to increase the budget of the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Enforcement Group from 76 million to 147 million. And this is to enable them to continue their work in apprehending, in rescuing, first of all, human traffic victims, as well as investigating and as well as curbing online sexual abuse of our minors, Mr. President. So, my appeal to
At the proper time, Your Honor, at the proper time.
Yeah.
Because for this year, we increased their budget by 40 million, from 59 to 99. So at the proper time, we can do the same.
yes, thank you,
Just
Mr.
to
President.
shorten the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, that's my appeal to increase it to increase their budget from 76 million to 147 million. So again, to enable them to operate and be more aggressive in their responsibilities. And I thank the good chairman for accepting some of our amendments to the budget of the DOJ and the other enforcement group, Mr. Chairman. So that's it, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, gentleman from Valenzuela, Vice Chair of the committee. Definitely, we will look at these amendments because they're very well studied. They're very meritorious, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, may I just also make a short manifestation in relation to what the gentleman from Valenzuela stated a while ago, and I cannot agree more with his statements. I missed that opportunity, or I would say maybe fortunately, I missed that opportunity to visit personally these areas that Pogo syndicates are conducting, itong mga sex dens, torture chambers, etc. Mr. President, in 2019, the number of Pogo or Philippine offshore gaming operators reached a total of 63. But this has since gone down to 34. However, the incidences of Pogo-related crimes continue to rise. Also, Mr. President, in 2019, as a result of our work here in the Senate through your Committee on Labor, an interagency task force was formed to monitor the number of foreign nationals employed in Pogos, which includes the Department of Justice. Yung PAGCOR kasama din po, yung DOLE kasama po, yung SEC, Bureau of Immigration, and other agencies and various special economic zones. Mr. President, given the rise of Pogo-related crimes, we hope that this interagency task force is continuing to do its work, and we give full support. In fact, if there's a need to increase their budget, as stated a while ago by the chairman of the Finance Committee, we are in support of that. In fact, Mr. President, less than 2 weeks ago, October 27, 731 foreigners and Filipinos who are victims of human trafficking were rescued from 2 unlicensed entities, Shashen Technology Corp and Frigo Computer Gaming OPC. Both obtained, Mr. President, both obtained temporary internet gaming licenses under the business name Smart Web Technology. Mr. President, just last week, November 7, 2 Chinese nationals were arrested while 16 women were rescued from prostitution then discovered inside the POGO or the Philippine Offshore Gaming Operator Establishment in Parañaque City. Alos iba't ibang syudad na ho dito sa Metro Manila ay may mga ganito ng insidente. So, Mr. President, we are hoping that the DOJ and its attached agencies continue to be active in its work in holding violators accountable. And last but not the least, bottom line, we have been saying this, parang siramplaka na po tayo, talagang ang POGO walang matinong idudulot sa ating bayan at kailangang itigil na po ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa pagkakataong ito, Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Las Piñas would also make a short manifestation. May I move that she be
Our
recognized?
distinguished
as well?
colleague, Senator C.J. Villar, is recognized.
I just want to ask who's in charge of the closure of the POGOs, if they're doing illegal operation.
It's
No.
PAGCOR, Your Honor.
Ours was closed by, not by POPCOR, but by, I think DOJ and
Pag illegal
there was a
ho, pwedeng hulihin ng
POGO,
DOJ.
7 building POGO in Las Piñas, which was closed recently, but it's not POPCOR. It's DOJ and the police which closed it.
That was PNP yun, the anti-cybercrime
So
group.
it's not DOJ. So where can I access the report on that?
PNP? Sa PNP po, sa PNP.
PNP. So, you don't know what happened there, the DOJ?
We'll ask the PNP for a report, Your Honor. Para babalik sila sa Biyernes ho. Para pagbalik niya sa Biyernes, meron ng report on
Parang alam ng
that.
DOJ ang story noon kasi it was closed and there was prosecution.
After the raid, the PNP sought assistance from the DOJ.
Yeah,
Your
can
Honor.
the DOJ make a report of that, what happened there? Because it's still closed now. Can I know the resource person so I can call him so I will be clarified?
Yusek Nikiti, Your Honor, is here, if in
Yeah,
case you want to
okay.
speak to him.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you,
Mr.
distinguished lady from Las Piñas.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, just to put on record, unfortunately, even if we say it is legal or illegal, the fact that it remains a fact, Mr. President, like in this particular case, the smart web technology, meron po silang lisensya from PAGCOR. Tapos, ginagampanan nila itong kung ano-anong illegal activities, ipinasara po sila. Pagkatapos silang ipasara, nagtayo ng bagong kumpanya, hindi na the same company na nakakuha ng lisensya sa PAGCOR, parehong mga tao pa rin, personalidad ang nasa likod. Tapos, mauulit na naman po, Ginoong Pangulo. So, nakakasalukasok, I'm sorry to say that word, a deep Tagalog, na alam na nating bawal, alam na nating puro kalokohan, alam na nating ang dami ng nangyayaring hindi natin gusto, pero still, it exists, Mr. President. Parang wala ho tayong magawa. Unfortunately, even our colleague here, Senator Grace po, delivered a privileged speech. Personal na kakilala na niya yung dinukot at kinidnap. Hindi ko alam, Mr. President, parang what are we waiting for? This is an alarming issue that I think we need to look into. Maybe the DOJ can also make a recommendation. Paulit-ulit na lang po ito. Cycle na lang. And again, no such thing as legal or illegal. Kasi yung mga nahuhuli, legal pa eh. Mayroon pang lisensya ng PAGCOR. And PAGCOR can't even do its job. They have been saying that it's part of their jurisdiction. But unfortunately, it's still a questionable jurisdiction on whether or not PAGCOR can actually issue licenses with these companies. Tapos, hindi din nila ma-regulate, hindi nila magampanan yung pagiging state regulator. So, again, I go back to that question, what is really the policy of the state with regard to gambling? Are we the operator or the regulator? Because right now, we are both. So, I hope, Mr. President, that this being look into and seriously being considered by the DOJ as an important issue na nakakaapekto sa ating mga kababayan. Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa, may I be allowed to move that we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa for his interpellations?
Yes, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, good sponsor. Many days ago, may nakasabay ako dyan sa Skyway na siguro mga 30 or more buses filled with mga PDLs ng Bucor. May I know, good sponsor, kung saan papunta yung mga PDLs na yun?
Sa Davao po, to be relocated, yung part of their decongestion project, Your Honor.
Okay, so sa nakita ko, napakarami nun na good sponsor. May we know if anong particular compound nang gagaling yung mga preso na yun? Maximum, medium, or minimum?
Sa maximum po ng bilibid.
So, does it mean na good sponsor na wala ng tao ang maximum ngayon? Parang naubos yun. Nakita ko, ang dami.
There are 18,000 prisoners there, Your Honor. So, meron pa po.
Meron pa.
Meron pa po.
So, kinlaro ko yan, Mr.
I think the head of the Bucor you can talk with him and get more details after.
Yes. Hinto na ako. Kasi yung aking magiging next question, Mr. President, good sponsor, is that...
You're a vice chair of this committee, Your Honor.
One of my suggestions during the committee on justice hearing on the case of Michael Cataruha is the construction of a separate mess hall outside the facilities in order to control knives and sharp objects being brought inside, considering that those who are preparing the food are the people inside the maximum security facility. May we know if there is any funding for this under the proposed budget for 2024? Gagawa tayo ng separate na mess hall sa labas para i-deliver na lang sana yung pagkain sa loob.
Wala pa ho, but they have a request actually to us to augment their budget, Your Honor.
So, anyway, good
Maybe we
sponsor.
can discuss that
Yes.
in the period of amendments, Your Honor.
Yes, in the proper time, I will move for supporting this program. And next, good sponsor about NBI at saka BI.
Yes, Your Honor.
During the committee hearing of the budget of DOJ, we learned that merong around 10 foreigners na nabigyan ng authentic passport. Ang sabi ng Bureau of Immigration, na-intercept nila ito. And this caused alarm dahil nga national security is involved pagdating sa issue na ito. And the other night's plenary hearing of the budget of DFA, we asked them also about that issue. And they told us that the investigation was already being conducted by NBI. So, without discussing any further details, Your Honor, good sponsor, may we know if meron ng progress yung investigation na ginagawa ng NBI?
It's ongoing, Your Honor. They'll submit it once it's finished, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know, natanong din ni Senator Bina yon earlier.
Anyway, magkakaroon man tayo ng executive session later.
Yes, I think
Maghihingi tayo ng update.
I don't want to reveal what the topic is, but I think maring kasakop na ho ito.
Yes, just a reminder from the Senate President that he would like to request the Secretary, Immigration, and the others, no, to remain after the session, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor. Yun lang.
Thank you.
O,
Thank
okay
you.
lang sa'yo kung yun lang
Thank you, Vice Chair Senator Bato de la Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe would also like to make a short manifestation. May I move that she be recognized, Mr. President?
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to say that, of course, I appreciate and I support the DOJ in their efforts, particularly all of the operations that they've done. I know it's very difficult to coordinate also with other agencies, but I would also like to manifest as well that, as our majority leader has pointed out, the POGO situation has really worsened in the past how many years? And even if some of them are licensed and legal, there are still others that are operating under very shady, at the very least, conditions. So I think the committee of Senator Gatchalian, and I would like to thank him, has already come up with a committee report phasing out POGOs with a sunset clause, giving them, I don't know now as it stands, I think 2 years. So I would just like to ask the position of the DOJ, because you are actually in the center of the storm, having to process their cases and then maybe deport others under immigration. What is your position on having POGOs, weighing the social impact and the so-called economic benefits? Are you for the total banning of POGOs at this point?
The DOJ just enforces whatever policy the national government has, Your Honor. I think it's PAGCOR who sets down the policy as to the legalization of POGO. So the DOJ has already been raiding, investigating the illegal POGOs, those without licenses from PAGCOR, Your Honor.
So the POGOs prohibited from giving a personal, and well, not a personal, but department statement on the matter.
Yes, Your Honor. They follow whatever the national government's policy is.
Okay, then I guess we have to fast track here in our chamber. But one last question. I remember somebody from the DOJ, I think the Secretary himself mentioned that when we apprehend or when we rescue certain foreign nationals involved in legal or illegal POGO operations, and the deportation process is a little tedious, because is it true that some of these countries where they're from are not open to getting them back?
That's true, Your Honor.
So what do we do with them?
Well, we have to wait until the foreign country is ready to receive them, Your Honor. Then we discussed this extensively during the committee hearings, Your Honor.
But in the meantime, they're housed.
They're housed, yeah, at our expense, Your Honor.
Well, that's all. I know that our chairman of the Committee on Finance has been working really hard, but I just had to make a stand also on the issue because we've
thank you.
been studying this for the longest time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice
Mr.
Chair
President.
Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not the least, to make a short manifestation is the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor. Bago sa aking manifestation of support, kanina gusto ko lang dagdagan yung nabanggit ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, because I myself noticed it many times na foreigner, matanda na, hindi marunong magtagalog, kung meron man, bulol at kukunti lang, and yet Filipino citizen. How did it happen? Maraming beses na po akong nainkwentong ganon ng mga foreign nationals na totally hindi mo magtagalog. Kung meron man, parang oo, hindi lang. And then, pag tinanong mo, bakit ka naging Filipino citizen? Dito ako pinanganak. Ang susi po dyan, Mr. Sponsor, ay yung late registration. Dapat pag-aralan na mabuti yan. Kung yan ba'y papayagan pa o hindi na. Nag-usap lang kami kanina ni Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel. Sabi niya, we have to plan, we have to come up with some kind of legislation siguro
para masilip itong late registration dahil dito nagkakaroon ng problema po Mr. President. Kailangan ng dalawang witness. Pag halimbawa yung isang bata, pinanganak, all it needs is 2 witnesses. And then, ipapalate register. Matanda na yung tao. So, paano natin mapatigil itong tinatawag na late registration? Dahil dito po nagkakaroon ng problema. I-register sa PSA. Hindi naman talaga total masisisi rito yung DFA kung tutusin, saka yung immigration because ministerial lamang sila. Doon po talaga ang problema sa PSA. Yan po ay aking konting karagdagan lamang na opinion base po doon sa nabanggit na ni Senator Bato de la Rosa. Anyway, good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon to the honorable sponsor of the budget of the Department of Justice, Senator Sani Angara, colleagues, and the officials of the DOJ and its attached agencies. Yesterday, I manifested my support for the budget of the judiciary because of its critical role in delivering justice and establishing the rule of law. Ang batas po na ginagawa natin dito sa Senado ay walang saysay kung hindi ito patutupad ng ibang sangay ng gobyerno. And the work of the judiciary goes hand in hand with the work of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies. The full justice system entails a strong and independent judiciary and a capable Department of Justice. This year, we have seen a spike in crimes that are to be addressed by the DOJ and its attached agencies. We have drug cases, assassinations of public officials, human trafficking of Filipino going abroad, human trafficking of foreigners brought here in POGO facilities, online scams, missing persons, and detention facility incidents. The list goes on and on. And each of these must be addressed and must not be swept under the rug. The sense of safety and security of the people depend on their confidence on our justice system. Ito bang mga masasamang loob ay kayang hanapin at mahuli? At kapag nahuli sila, may sapat bang ebidensya upang maisampang kaso at maparusahan sila ng korte? At kapag itong mga salarin ay nakulong, sila ba ay nakatakas? It takes all the agencies of the DOJ to fully operate an effective justice system. Now, let me go to some particular concerns that I hope we could address by means of reviewing the proposed budget for the DOJ. First, I support the budget of the NBI because I've seen how helpful they are in pinning down criminals and providing sufficient evidence for our prosecutors to actually bring the cases to court. The NBI is able to trace scamming hubs, human trafficking houses, and child pornography operations. These big-time criminals are really skilled in covering up their tracks, and we have to arm our NBI agents with tools to pin these people down. Although the budget of the NBI already increased in the General Appropriations Bill, or GAB, I noticed that we have failed to properly fund the request of the NBI for the training of new agents, Mr. President. It appears that only 8 million pesos was granted out of the 290 million pesos requested by the NBI for the expenses for the training of new NBI agents. Mr. President, data shows that there are only less than 500 NBI agents working approximately 47,000 cases nationwide. And despite this limited manpower, the NBI has delivered countless of times for the people, whether it is through leads in apprehension of criminals or to the resolution of crimes. We expected so much from the NBI, and they have to deliver. And yet, when it comes to their budget, it seems that they cannot expect much from us. As the premier investigative agency of our country, we must ensure that the NBI is given the appropriate budget so that they can properly and efficiently exercise their mandate. I hope that we will not fail them on this aspect. At the proper time, Mr. President, I will make the appropriate manifestation to ensure that the full 290 million pesos for the training of new agents will be granted to the NBI. I'm also concerned about the rise in financial scammers that take the hard-earned money for people. Working hand in hand with the cybercrime investigation and Coordinating Center, or CICC. I implore upon the NBI to put stop to these operations. Masakit po sa akin tuwing lumalapit po sa ang mga kababayan natin na hindi naman ganoong kalaki ang kinikita at hirap na hirap mag-ipon para sa kanilang pamilya, tapos sa isang iglap, mawawala lahat. These people who prey on the weak must be put behind bars. Second, I would like to support the increase in the budget of the Bureau of Corrections. While the bill that I filed providing for CCTVs in detention facilities have yet to be passed, I believe it could already be implemented because we have seen how the security in our detention facilities is problematic. One, the smuggling of goods and dangerous drugs in and out of jails and prisons is prevalent. This is a source of corruption, and more crimes end up happening inside the detention facilities. Two, there are stories of inmates leaving and escaping the jails who are used to commit crimes outside. Three, there are cases of abuse and rape in detention facilities committed by officials and co-inmates. And four, there are the constant riots that happens in our jails. Our detention facilities are intended to rehabilitate our criminals. Instead, it becomes a breeding ground for more crimes, where mild law offenders end up being hardened criminals. There must be a reliable CCTV system in all common areas and all entry and exit points of our detention facilities. Isama na din po natin ang mga detention facility sa NBI. Also, I would like to raise a concern regarding the budget of the personnel in our detention facilities. The lack of people we have handling such a big population of convicted criminals weaken the supervision and control they have over the facility. The Commission on Audit, or COA, has warned the Bureau of Corrections is severely undermanned to properly perform its mandate with a ratio of 1 custodial personnel against 12 to 20 prisoners, a far cry from the ideal ratio of 1:7, as provided under RA number 10575 or the Bureau of Corrections Act of 2013. The Bucor is forced to operate on a 1:95 to 1:279. Again, the Bucor is forced to operate on a 1:95 to 1:279 information personnel to inmate ratio when the recommended balance is 1:24. And finally, as I mentioned already before, I hope that we could look into the meal budget of our detention facilities. The 70 pesos per day budget for their food is inhumane. Hindi naman po makatao yun that we expect them to be nourished by 70 pesos. This small budget for food has forced them to find ways to feed themselves. It leads to corruption. May mga black market po sila doon ng pagkain. May lagay dito, may lagay doon, para makapagpasok ng mga grocery items na binibenta din sa mga kapwa preso. We have to remove this practice, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, I am behind the Department of Justice as an institution of the people, and I will continue to support all their programs in delivering justice to all. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, gentlemen from Sabela and Ilocos. And at the proper time, we can work with him on his proposed augmentations. We'll be happy to do that, Mr. President, Your Honor. But just for the record, in 2020, this committee increased the budget of the NBI by 72.7 million. In 2021, we increased it by 354.39 million. In 2022, we increased it by 356.6 million. And in 2023, we increased it by 650 million. Just for the record, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the distinguished sponsor. Mr. President, there being no other reservation and for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Justice, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Corrections, Bureau of Immigration, Land Registration Authority, National Bureau of Investigation, Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Parole and Probation Administration, Presidential Commission on Good Government, and Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of Department of Justice and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended. budget of the Film Development Council of the Philippines and acknowledge the presence of its officials. We now recognize the sponsor, this distinguished gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jingoy Estrada, to sponsor the same. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Kuya Jingoy Estrada, the loving Kuya, and I don't think there is anyone who wants to interpolate. So I saw Bong Revilla earlier, and I don't think he will no longer. Just the manifestation. We'd like to recognize our minority floor leader. And we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Jingoy.
Mr. President, before we recognize the minority leader, can I just make an opening statement, Mr. President?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Magandang araw po sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo, sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. For the record, ang kabuuang panukalang budget ng Film Development Council of the Philippines para sa susunod na taon ay 215,483,000 pesos. Ang halagang ito po ay mas mababa sa kanilang budget ngayong 2023. Kasama po natin ngayong araw ang FDCP family sa pangunguna ng kanilang chairperson, ang batikang aktor, ang walang kakupas-kupas, at talagang ang collab team po ni Nora Honor na si Tirso Cruz III. And as a member of the movie and entertainment industry, it is my honor to sponsor and defend the budget of this agency. And we are ready to answer queries from our colleagues, Mr. President.
Just some clarificatory, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Is the Film Development Center asking for funding to construct a building?
Yes,
Their office?
yes, Your Honor.
Kargado na po rito sa...
Wala pa po. They are asking for an additional 92 million pesos, Your Honor.
Pending pa po yan, 92, okay, 92
Yes.
million. Okay.
Yes, and for the
Sige po.
information of Your Honor, Senator Robin Padilla has already earmarked 140 million, 150 million last year, Mr. President.
What does that mean? So, for this year's
For this
budget,
year, medyo kulang po.
nakulangan lang po.
Kulang po ng
So alam ko po,
92 million.
one of the purposes is to have safe storage space for our film archives.
Yes.
Sige.
You are
So,
correct, Mr.
Ang
President.
naisipan namin ni Mr. Sponsor, Idol Pip, is in the meantime, habang kinukonstruct siguro yung ating building, if we can digitize our film archives, para nasa cloud na rin po sila at whatever happens to the physical tapes or films or rolls, and meron na po tayong
Yes, Your Honor.
digitized version.
Before I entered, when you were not yet here, I had discussed it with the chairperson of the FDCP, and he informed me that they already started digitizing the films. I think they have already completed 21% of the films that are stored at the FDCP building.
So you have it's already a program, and then you have the budget for that program na digitization program.
They're asking for a total of 15 million.
1.5.
Yes, 15 million.
So, ayan, at least so pending pa yan, another pending
Yes.
matter. Huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
But nahanapan nyo ng funding kasi naumpisahan ninyo eh. So that means meron kayong nakitaang parang amount na nagamit ninyo to start the project.
Yes, Mr. President. As a member of the movie industry, maybe we can ask our colleagues who are also members of the movie industry, namely Senators Padilla, Revilla, and Lapid, and also those who are connected with the movie industry, like Senator Grace Poe, Senator Chis Escudero, and maybe Senator Win Gatchalian. Thank you, Mr. President.
Tama yan. I fully support that.
And of course, my kid brother, Senator JV, maybe he can also help in trying to augment the funds of the FDCP.
As the co-author and sponsor of the Creative Industries Development Bill, I will also be supportive. The film is a part of one of the 9 domains of the creative industry, Mr. President. So we are here to help. So yan lang po. Maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir. Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Film Development Council of the Philippines to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we approve the motion, I would just like to also welcome to the Senate distinguished gentleman si Tirso Cruz III. Pinapanood po kita. Nung bata pa po ako, Nuranyan po ako kasi yung kasambahay ko noon, Nuranyan eh. So naalala ko si Manang Tina. Yan, nanonood kami palagi ng mga pelikula ninyo. At napakagaling kumanta niyan, si Pip. Si Pip.
Mr. Senate President, may I ask how old were you then?
I'm 54 now. I used to be about 8 or 9 years old. This was in 70s. 69 ako eh, so 1969.
I used to
So
watch
this
his
is-
films when I was only 5 years old, Mr. President.
Grabe, no? Yeah, in the 1977, yan, 78, yan talaga sikat na sikat sila noon.
Guy and Pim, ha?
Guy and
Together
Pip,
again.
Together again. Yeah. Gagaling kumanta yung mga yan. So it's nice to see him always. It's always, I
Kailan
don't want to say
naging-
nostalgic kasi baka masyado matanda pag
Naging
nostalgic.
karibal din ho niya yung tatay ko.
Oo nga, oo nga. Tama. So, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Film Development Council of the Philippines is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of a
Mr.
movie.
President, may we have a 1-minute suspension for them to
sure.
vacate the
Sir.
place?
Pwede naman siguro pag wala na magtatanong, Your Honor, baka pwede natin ma-dispense na yung MTRCB.
All right.
Yeah, so, yeah, para walang lal. Sige po, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, again, I move that we consider the budget of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Ms. Lala Soto, who is with us, the chair, who is with us this afternoon, and the officials. We now recognize again the distinguished Senator Jigo Estrada to sponsor the same
Thank you.
and there's no interpellation.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good day to our Senate President, our honorable members of the Senate. I am honored to sponsor the budget of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board. The MTRCB family is present in this august chamber, led by their chairperson, Jurella Maria Lala Soto Antonio. For the record, their proposed expenditure program for fiscal year 2024 is 130,612,000 pesos. 82,793,000 pesos of which, or the entire MOOE, will be sourced from fees and charges levied, assessed, and collected by the agency. Next year's total agency budget is lower compared to their 2023 budget. We are ready to entertain inquiries from our dear colleagues, Mr. President, if there are any.
I believe there are none, no, Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, but the former head of the MTRCB, who's our colleague, would like to have a manifestation. I move
Before I
that she be
recognize Senator Grace po, I would just like to welcome to the Senate her former home because her father was our Senate President for two Congresses. And after succeeding, of course, the Minority Floor Leader, Senate President Coco Pimentel, no other than Senate President Tito Soto, Tito Sen is fondly called, his daughter, Ma'am Lala Soto. Welcome back to the Senate, and you're always welcome here, ma'am. Our best to your wonderful father. We'd now like to recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to manifest my support to an agency that I believe is still relevant at this point to remind our countrymen, especially the parents, to provide guidance for the children in terms of their viewing habits. I would also like to say that the MTRCB, from the time I was there, has grown by leaps and bounds. I was surprised to know that they have about 600 million already in their sinking fund,
That is correct, Mr. President.
which I'm afraid they're not able to utilize.
To be exact, Mr. President, they have, as of July 2023, they have 616,164,818 pesos.
That's amazing. So the MTRCB is not really a burden to the government. In fact, when I started, our budget, I believe, was less than 30 million. That's how we started. And so maybe
so you think,
just a
Ms. Soto is better than you and you were chairman?
well, I'm sure she's better in a lot of ways. So I would like to thank her also for her leadership, but I would also like to remind the MTRCB to be firm with the closed caption law. I noticed that a lot of networks haven't fully complied yet, and we're one of the few countries, well, maybe not one of the few, but we're one of the countries that does not give the option for a closed caption, not just for the hearing impaired, even for the elderly to understand. And I know that you've exempted the news, but I think the news is it's actually more important for news outlets or the broadcast news to have closed caption. So anyway, so that's it. I would just like to congratulate in advance and to manifest again my support.
Thank you, my colleague, Senator Grace.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, which is seeking the floor,
Yes, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano of the City of Taguig is recognized.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Senate President, Chairman, and the brother of the Chairman, sa MTRCB family. Isang lang, with your permission, Mr. President, may I ask Senator Jingo if I can just
Gladly,
speak
Mr.
about
President.
one concept lang. No? So during the time na TV, radio lang, ang means natin ng mass media, of course newspapers, parang very clear ang opinion, di ba? Kaya nga may opinion page, the majority opinion, the minority opinion. And then yung influence, of course, ng pelikula at saka ng TV. And of course, that was also a golden age for Philippine movies, di ba? Pagpunta ka ng Malaysia, Thailand, makikita mo talaga yung mga pelikula, whether it's VHS or Betamax or CDs noon, no? So the MTRCB, despite any criticisms, did a good job during those time na pag-aralan yung contemporary cultural values natin. Di ba? So hindi naman todo conservative na pipilitin mo na eto lang ang pwede, na di ba? Hindi naman umaabot ng censorship, pero hindi naman parang bahala ka na. Bahala ka na, di ba? Na parang anything you show, any kind of language, any kind of action is okay. So the problem is, after digital media and then ngayon sa internet, parang nawalan ng, if I can use the word, control.
Yes.
And of course, others don't want any control kapag ka mass media. And I remember si Senator Joel Villanueva and I, first rally in SM Mega Mall ata tayo, Brad, nun, di ba? Majority Leader. Nag-rally tayo sa Mega Mall because SM announced that they will not be showing our movies anymore. And nag-rally kami, iko-correct ko finifilm tayo ni Brother Senator Robin, nag-rally kami hindi dahil galit kami at gusto namin manood ng R. Lahat po gustong manood ng R, pati X-rated. But naglalaban ang spirit mo at saka ang laman mo. So nag-rally kami to support SM na hindi pala totoo na kailangan parating violence at parating sex para kumita. Di ba? The irony during that time is that, I remember bago yung mga video ng sex videos ng mga Biba Hot Babe, ang mahirap nun, pag nag-speech kami sa Congress ni Brother Joel, lalong binibili. Kasi lalong na-intriga di ba? Pag sinabi, grabe na to, kung ano-ano na pinapakita, kung ano-ano ng sexual post. Yung mga nakikinig, lalong bibili. Yung purpose nga namin na pagsasabi is that pabayaan mo muna mag-develop ang young teenager till they're 18 or 21 before they make their own decisions. Because if they get pregnant before 18 or before 21, limited na ang choices nila, no? So, sorry for the long context, but I was just going to ask na since nakikita ko nandun sa MTRCB ngayon, yung heart na yon, yung heart na maging guardian ng values ng ating youth, di ba? Baka they'd like to make a study regarding the MTRCB law. No, I know it's too controversial kung sasabihin ko magkaka-censorship na sa internet, but there are countries that block certain sites in the internet, di ba? Brother Robin will be more familiar with the Arab states, for example, na pagka pagka sobrang graphic, di ba? Can I just tutuldukan ko lang yung point ko, no? Kasi even during our time, Senator, di ba, during those times na ano man tawag ng mga pene movies, di ba, they're colloquial, di ba, colloquial nung high school tayo, X-rated, triple X, di ba, or whatever. Yung disciplinary officer namin, yung disciplinary officer namin sa Lasal Alabang, siya ang may malaking collection ng X-rated kasi lahat ng kanyang i-confiscate, mukhang hindi rin tina-turn over. Nandun. But I'm making light of it, but given yung paglaganap ng AIDS, paglaganap ng teenage pregnancy, paglaganap ng drugs, paglaganap ng or let me put it a different perspective. Remember in the 60s, 70s, yung mga sigarilyo, they were free to advertise. And first, in-advertise nila yung sigarilyo na talagang pag macho ka, sisigarilyo ka. Later on, they found out ang laking market ng women, so they started marketing na pag babae ka at naninigarilyo ka, cool ka. So we would grow up thinking na cool manigarilyo. Then, of course, people like Juan Flavier came and launched the Yossi Kadiri and all the studies came na mali pala. No? So sa akin, it's not more of censorship, but more while people are young, we give them the right idea and the right information, then they can make their choices later on. The problem is, so let's say when we were young, yung usual na wag kang kumain na yung elbow mo na sa mayasa, don't talk with your mouth full. Some parents allow you to watch TV, some hindi. Pagkakain tayo, you face it. But for example, sa cellphone, wala talagang ethics ngayon eh. Even the teachers don't know what to teach eh. Di ba na when I'm talking to Senator Jinggoy like this, is it permissible for me to browse my cellphone? Baka naman I'm not browsing text message, nandun naman yung notes ko. So pag kinorek niya ako, di ba, when I'm in church, so nung una, ayaw ng mga pastor, ayaw ng mga pare, nung digital Bible. Pero ngayon, digital Bible na eh. So I do not hear the priest and pastors or imams already say na, I don't know the imams, brother, kasi hindi naman ako nakapasok pa during pagsamba, no? But nung araw, they keep saying, di ba, pag nasa church ka, tago mo naman ang cellphone mo, focus ka on the Lord. But ngayon, ang daming nagba-Bible at nagdo-notes na sa cellphone. So I'm just saying, it's a more confusing time. And I tell this with very much solemnity because Saturday morning, we woke up to a tragedy in Taguig. There were 2 high school students. Ini-investigate pa, pero possible suicide. And apparently, they even documented yung journey led to that. And we were so concerned kasi pag pinanood mo yung sa news sa US, usually may copycat. So pag wala kang sinabi, it will not express the devastation of the community, the school, and the parents. Pag may sinabi ka naman, baka mabasa ng copycat. So we were just speaking about that, tapos meron naman 26 years old na nag-suicide naman yesterday, also being investigated. So obviously, all these funny things on TV, on social media, is our way ng outlet. Pero tapos na yung COVID, pero hindi pa tapos yung pandemic sa mental health. No, so let me stop there and just encourage MTRCB that as you look at basically film and television, I would encourage you to make a study, and kung kailangan ng pondo for that study and international or local experts, di ba, to look at contemporary Filipino values that we can agree on, and then look nga in the new digital media, or even kahit hindi sa TikTok, Facebook, let's say Amazon, Netflix, HBO, di ba? So are they allowed na kahit anong ipakita? And di ba, for example, nung generation namin, yung Godfather, a lot of parents hanggang ngayon, or lolo na ngayon, or wala na ngayon, parang, kontrabida yan criminal yan. Pero people argue, hindi, may lesson. Kita mo nung huli, they all died devastated and they lost and everything, di ba? But there are some, kasi ngayon na halimbawa, babastusin ng parents, wala naman point sa movie or anything. It just shows na binabastos. So some young people think it's okay not to honor your parents. So I'm not even talking about the Ten Commandments. I'm not talking about the Quran. I'm not talking about any religious book. I'm just talking about contemporary and traditional Filipino values that we always honor our parents. We cannot, even if we disagree, hindi mo mumurahin yung iyong magulang. But pag may napanood kasi sila na okay lang yon, di ba? And then may tampo ka sa magulang mo, nangyayari. So, thank you for this few minutes, Mr. President, and I hope, this next year you would consider studying or doing something in that regard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And as chairman, I sincerely appreciate the valuable insights given to us by the gentleman from Taguig. And I think the MTRCB family is listening, and I'm certain that they will seriously consider and study the valid suggestions and recommendations of our colleague here, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. And indeed, I agree with Senator Cayetano that the MTRCB is operating on a relatively old law and will not be able to address the challenges of the modern times and the digital age. And we will ensure that the MTRCB will furnish the good senator, the concerned Senate committee, with the results of the study that they will conduct. And I just received an information that several of our colleagues had already filed a resolution to expand the powers of the MTRCB. I think it was filed by Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and the title of the measure is an act strengthening and expanding the mandate, capabilities, and organizational structure of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board, or the MTRCB, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 1986. And I do not have any idea if Senator Robin Hood Padilla has already conducted a hearing.
So that's why he was smiling, and
The status of the bill is that he already conducted a hearing, and the technical working group is working on it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senate President, I saw him smiling when I was mentioning it. So I guess because that he already thought of it, and so tonight you will feel wonderful tonight that you're doing your job. One last insight lang, Mr. President.
Yes,
and
Mr. President.
When we finish the budget, diba, they might want to consider putting a little bit of money, or we might want to consider for that study. I don't know if it's a secret, or I think among the people naman sa entertainment alam nito, that one of the secrets of ABS-CBN in their teledramas, novelas, is that they had an ongoing deep research of communities na alam talaga nila yung, so for example, kung sabihin mo yung bote ng beer, iba ang yabang ng nasa DNE na ilang case yan, at iba yung nasa A&B na ganito, di ba, travel and everything. So ako, I wouldn't mind really MTRCB having a research arm, because it's really difficult. I mean, hindi naman pwede kung sino chairman, values niya. Di ba? So hindi naman pwedeng pagka very liberal yung chairman, bahala na kayo lahat ng gusto nyo. Pag very conservative, eto. So, but we do have to have a standard, and siguro the first standard is the Philippine Constitution, who makes mention of the Lord Almighty sa preamble pa lang, di ba? But another would be probably research, di ba? Na as you get the data from the communities, it might even help the filmmakers. Baka yung ibang filmmakers, ang tingin nila, ang gusto lang tao, violence at saka sex. Pero pag nakita nila, they're lonely for those, like ako pagka-Christmas, gustong-gusto ko yung mga movies ng mga small town na White Christmas sa US na may romantic twist and everything, and then it's all about family and about pagkakagalit na nagkakabati-bati, di ba? But you don't really know kasi trial and error din yung sa film. So I really wouldn't mind, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, if they had a good amount, no, a few millions for a research project or a continuing research project to keep themselves updated, para hindi rin tayo nanghuhula, para alam din nila na sa Mindanao, more ganito yung kanilang sentiment, at importante sa Mindanao, let's say peace. Kasi tayo dito, we take peace for granted, di ba? In Metro Manila, it's more of peace and order, yung mga criminal, but like in Mindanao, with their history, Visayas naman, isla-isla, no? So, I mean, a 10, 15 million or 1 million budget a month for continuing research, I think will go a long way in guiding the MTRCB. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Maraming
Mr.
salamat.
President. Mr. President, I totally agree with the statements made by Senator Cayetano, and hopefully the MTRCB will consider putting up their own research arm in the succeeding years and include the same in their annual budget. And maybe the chairperson of the MTRCB is listening right now. Maybe we can ask Senator Cayetano to be one of your consultants, having been giving us a valuable insights. And I think mas may alam pa siya kaysa sa mga taong miyembro ng industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino. Kaya siguro kailangan natin na yung kanyang mga insights sa MTRCB. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, Majority
Thank you.
Leader.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to just make a short manifestation and perhaps just pose one or two questions, Mr. President? Mr. President, we'd like to, first of all, manifest our support to the budget of MTRCB under the leadership of Chairperson Lala Soto Antonio, who is a very good friend of mine. We agree with Senator Alan Cayetano when he made mention that indeed we need censorship body with clear and reasonable censorship guidelines rooted in Filipino values. We need a strong regulator that is committed to ensuring that values, Filipino values, are preserved and promoted. And all movies and TV shows have content that are suitable for public consumption, Mr. President. Hindi yun naman kasi pwede lahat na lang pwede. Ba, i-allow na lang lahat. And that's why, despite the fact na may mga hindi natutuwa sa ginagawa ni Chairperson Lala in ensuring that the shows that are allowed to be exhibited are proper, especially during hours when our young people, our young kids are watching, wala ho tayong pakialam sa kanila. We wanted to place on record that we are in full support of you, ma'am. And you have to keep on doing that because otherwise, wala nang gagawa po nito. Unfortunately, with the emergence of social media and parang wala na hong bawal lahat eh. Lahat pwedeng gawin. Lahat ng gusto mong gawin sa buhay ngayon pwede. Masakit man isipin, even some of the laws that we passed here, for example, yung vaping, when we passed that law, lahat kami dito nagkasundo na bawal i-promote sa bata, 100, 200 meters away from school, bawal na yung mga promo girls, etc., bawal ang mga flavors. Pero after passing the law, wala na ho. Wala na rin pong, walang pakundangan na binabaliwala yung mga batas na ipinasa natin. Sa usapin ng anti-porno, Mr. President, and I'm glad that Senator Cayetano made mention about it, he was talking about an incident probably about 20 years ago in SM Mega Mall. And even then, Mr. President, until now, I cannot say that we were able actually to accomplish a lot of things because it has worsened. It's probably because also of our, parang normal na pupwede kang, diba? Meron nga ngayon na app sa telepono. Right now, I can register, I can watch whatever I wanted to watch. Walang magre-regulate, walang pipigil sa akin. Dati, yung isabong, in 5 minutes, nakaregister ka, pwede ka nang tumaya. Ang dami yung nagpakamatay sa amin dun sa Bulacan dahil nalulun sa isabong. May pulis na ng hold up nung in-interview, may utang na siya, na 500,000. May 16, 14 years old dun sa Davao, nalulun din sa isabong. Walang walang nag-take the cudgels of really looking after our moral fibers, kung saan pinagmamalaki natin yung katangian natin bilang mga Pilipino na hindi bastos, marespeto, hindi feeling entitled sa lahat ng bagay. And I think MTRCB is playing a significant role, and that's why I'm supporting the committee report being pursued by our dear colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, na magkaroon ng mas malawak na saklaw. I also support the idea of having a research arm. Kasi Mr. President, sa nangyayari po sa ating kapaligiran, nakakalimutan na minsan kung ano yung pinanggalingan natin. And babanggitin ko yung sinasabi ng matatanda sa amin sa Bulacan, ang hindi daw lumingon sa pinanggalingan, hindi makakarating sa paroroonan. Parang nagiging cliche na lang, parang hindi ka na cool pag marespeto ka. Dapat bastos ka para pakinggan ka, parang nagiging cool ka, ganun. So if there's a show or anything that promotes such kind of ridiculous and wicked form of characteristics na hindi naman sa atin, hindi Pilipino, sino pa yung sisita? And so, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, yung question ko lang siguro na ipopose is, ano ba talagang difference ng censorship at saka classification? Kailan ba pumapasok na censorship na? Or talagang classification lang? And walang exempted ho dito. Perhaps a lot of people would think I come from a religious family and kung ano yung pinaniniwalaan ko, dapat paniwalaan po ng lahat. Hindi po. I will never espouse on that kind of attitude because we have all the right to our faith. We have all the right to free speech. We have all the right to have our own religion. Ano yung paniwalaan natin. Pero hindi naman ho dapat at the same time ay magkaroon din ako ng karapatan, for instance, na bastusin ko yung ibang relihiyon. Nabastusin ko yung paniniwala ng ilang sektor of our society. Hindi rin ako dapat bigyan ng VIP treatment, Mr. President, na dapat ako, dahil majority ng Pilipino shares the same aspirations and beliefs and faith, dapat ako lang yung masunod. Hindi po. Ang point ko lang, Mr. President, dapat may nangangalaga sa ating kaugalian, sa ating binanggit ni Senator Alan Cayetano yung kahalagahan ng ating preamble, and I will state it again. We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of the Almighty God. Who is this God that we are referring to? Why are we saying that we need or we are imploring the aid, the help of the Almighty God? Because we know for a fact that at the end of the day, we believe that all of us, there's bigger things and issues bigger than us, bigger than our communities, bigger than our families. And that is our heritage, that is our culture as Filipinos. And that's why we need to value and protect Filipino values in this country. So again, let me again state for the record my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague sponsoring the measure and our Chairperson Lala Soto Antonio, and my good friend, my basketball buddy, Tirso Cruz III. Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I commiserate with the good majority leader in his concerns, and we would like to place on record some of the programs of the MTRCB related to this. Ang programang Matalinong Panonood sa Pamilyang Pilipino is one of the MTRCB's flagship project or activity, which started during the leadership of our dear colleague and former MTRCB chair, Senator Grace Poe. That is an information dissemination advocacy campaign that aims to empower the Filipino family and each and every one of its members on how to properly utilize the rating classification system. And I was informed by the chairperson, Ms. Lala, that before the enactment of MTRCB, before it came into light, there was a board of censors that usually cuts the film. Ngayon, itong MTRCB, hindi po nagpuputol ng pelikula. Kung hindi, they only classify and rate these movies that are submitted to the MTRCB. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I recognize our distinguished colleague to make a short manifestation, Mr. President, we are glad and blessed to be visited by Mr. Charlie Suarez, who is now with us in the gallery, our world boxing champion. We'd like to recognize him, Mr. President. Thank you. And congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Mr. President, may I move that we recognize our distinguished colleague from the province of Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang aming lakan at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong magpasalamat kay Senator Alan Cayetano at kay Senator Joel Villanueva sapagkat nabigyan po kaagad ng, kumbaga, jet fuel itong aking committee report sapagkat sa inyo pong mga iminungkahi ang lahat po ng pagod na ginawa ng chairwoman ng MTRCB magmula po nang siya ay naupo, siya po ay palagi ang unang bisita sa opisina at hindi po siya nagsasawa na i-follow up itong panukala na ito na inilatag po ng tatlong ilang beto? 5 na mga masugid na mga senador, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Tolentino, Senator ang inyo pong lingkod, Senator Lapid, at Senator Estrada. At ito pong mga senador na ito ay tunay po na naglalakad at talaga pong nakikipaglaban upang ito pong panukala na ito, strengthening and expanding the mandate, capabilities, and organizational structure of the movie and television review and classification. Classification, malinaw po yun, board, hindi po censorship. Amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 1986. Muli po, ako po ay bumabati lang sa atin pong napakasipag na chairwoman at sa ibinigay pong tulong ni Senator Alan at ni Senator Joel Villanueva. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat.
Mr. President, Senator Francis Tolentino is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino, who is also in the movie industry. Because he used to produce the Metro Manila Film Festival.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
when he was the chairman of the MMDA, he was the chairman of the Metro Manila Film Festival. Mr.
Sumasakay
President.
sa float yan.
Yes, Mr.
Your
President.
Honors.
That's why I'm trying to, I sought the floor because I just recalled my association with that measure filed by Senator Padilla, and I now recall my brief participation as well as my relevance then in having been part of the movie industry in a short period of time, not just for the Metro Manila Film Festival, but for the Cell Phone Film Festival, for the Indie Films Festival, and for the International Indie Films Festival, which I initiated half a decade ago, or a decade ago, Mr. President. So I support this initiative as well as the upgrade and the immediate passage of the budget proposal for the MTRCB, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino, for your support sa budget ng MTRCB.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla would like to add something more, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Opo, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, na gusto ko lamang din pong banggitin na ang lahat po ng aming mga inisyatibo, yaan po ay inumpisahan lahat ni Senator Grace po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm sure everyone's waiting for this motion, and because there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of Movie and Television Review and Classification Board to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I would just like to congratulate the men and women of the MTRCB because napapanood ko yung ano ninyo. Ma'am Lala, napapanood ko yung commercial ninyo eh. Yung mga Kiko the Explorer, di ba? Ano ba papanoorin ng mga pamilya? It's very catchy. My kids like that, to watch that. Before they watch the film, yan ang pinapalabas nila. And it explains the ratings, di ba? Yung R rating, general patronage. Maganda siya, very clear and concise. So congratulations. Because I'm old school. I'm still an old school movie buff. Once a week, dinadala ko yung anak ko to the cinema to watch movies. So, it's iba eh. Iba yung napapanood mo na sa TV, iba talaga yung experience na napapanood mo sa pelikula, sa malaking movie house. So, let's continue supporting that. Let's continue promoting that. So, there being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budget of the movie... meron pa ba? Ay, sige. Senator Escudero, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, just to pursue the point of Senator Padilla. The power of the MTRCB is to classify, just so that we could all understand it. Not to censor, not to cut anything. In fact, if you identify something as R18, syempre yung producer, ayaw yun, gusto niya, wider audience, para mas malaki ang kita, hindi kayo yung puputol, sila ang puputol. Would that be correct?
Sila po mag-adjust.
Sila nga yung puputol kung may puputulin man.
Yes.
Not the MTRCB.
Not the MTRCB.
But the MTRCB will say, ano to eh, R18 to because of these scenes. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Now, legally, can someone publicly exhibit an X-rated film in the Philippines?
No, Your Honor.
Because of what law?
Anti-pornography?
Under Presidential Decree number 1986, Mr. President.
Entitled?
Creating the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board and the implementing rules and regulations. No, the title is Creating the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board.
So the power, the legal basis not to allow the public showing of X-rated films is in the charter of the MTRCB, not in a separate law?
Yes, it is within the charter, Mr. President, of the MTRCB.
And there is no separate law, Mr. President, Your Honor?
I don't think so.
I believe there is.
Huh?
I believe there is, Mr. President, and that would
What
be
is
the
that,
stronger basis
Can
because
you please
According to
enlighten
the
this?
Secretariat, is Republic Act
7610?
9775.
9775?
Yeah.
again,
But this is child pornography, anti-child pornography.
Yes, Mr. President, I stand corrected. It is Republic Act 9775. What is the title? Anti-Child Pornography Act.
So pag hindi child,
Pag lolo, wala na manunod. Kakadiri.
no, the point I'm driving at, Mr. President, is if the charter of the MTRCB gives it the power to classify, it's simply implementing a provision of existing law to ban, for example, X-rated films from being publicly shown. Because when they classify it as X, then it falls under the special law, then it cannot be publicly exhibited. Would
Yes.
that be a correct statement, Mr. President?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Your Honor. And given that the title of the charter itself says Movie, Television, Radio Classification Board, the MTRCB does not have power over the Internet.
No. No.
Who has power over the Internet, Mr. President, Your Honor, if any?
Maybe it is the DICT, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I don't think it is in the mandate of the ICT to classify or say that certain sites, and I don't even think they have the competence, if at all, to say that certain sites should not be allowed in the Philippines.
Well, according to the chairperson of the MTRCB, the ICT can take it down if there are complaints, Mr. President.
Yes, the DICT has the power and authority to take it down, but who gets to decide?
Maybe they will assess, Mr. President. Maybe the secretary or his subordinates.
The point I'm
We'll have
driving
to
at,
assess.
Mr. President, is that is not within the core competence of the DICT, and I think at some point in time, the MTRCB should be brought into the picture,
That is
either via the bill of Senator Padilla or by an amendment to their charter.
That is why there is a bill filed by some of our colleagues headed by Senator Padilla to expand the powers of the MTRCB.
To include that.
To include that, Mr. President.
And one last point, Mr. President, Your Honor. The issue pertaining to suspension of certain shows because of certain
Showtime,
conduct
Mr.
or words
President.
stated. I'm sorry, Mr.
Showtime?
President. Yes, specifically. Just to clarify, since that particular show is considered GP, right?
PG,
if PG?
Parental guidance.
PG siya?
Yes.
Since it's PG, that they violated the PG status was the reason for the suspension. Would that be correct?
I see the chairperson nodding, Mr. President.
It's not because of the power really to sanction certain conduct, but the fact that the classification given by MTRCB was violated by that particular scene, word, or act. That would be a correct interpretation?
That particular scene, act, and others. And among 11 other cases.
So a
Mr.
solution,
President.
if at all, would be, if that would be persistent, then a new classification can be, correct me if I'm wrong, given, and viewership limited. Is that an option on the part of MTRCB?
Well, according to the charter of the MTRCB, you're automatically PG if you are shown live on TV, Mr. President.
Because you cannot control what's going to go on.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President.
Understood, Mr. President. We learned something new today. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, and I'd like to thank the MTRCB family. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, Mr. Majority
Yes, Mr.
Floor Leader.
President, and may I just move for the previous question, Mr. President, to close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of the movie and Television Review and Classification Board.
There being no
Submitted
objection
for
to
the body's consideration.
the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the MTRCB's budget is deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Governance Commission for government-owned or controlled corporations and acknowledge the presence of its officials headed by the chairperson himself, Chairperson Marius Corpus. And we'd like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, no other than Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized to sponsor the budget of the GCG and to interpolate the distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are presenting for the approval of the body the proposed 2024 budget of the Governance Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations, or the GCG. The total new appropriations of the GCG for fiscal year 2024, as proposed by your Committee on Finance, is 202,765,000. This is the same amount that was proposed by the Department of Budget and Management under the National Expenditure Program and by the House of Representatives under the General Appropriations Bill. The proposed budget for 2024 is 51% lower than the appropriations in 2023, which is equivalent to a reduction of 209,936,000. The whole GCG family, led by its chairperson, Marius Corpus, is present here today. Mr. President, we are ready to reply to the questions from our colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our sponsor mentioned the level of the budget of GCG at 202 million for next year. Is it higher or lower than this year's budget for
It's
GCG?
lower, Mr. President.
Lower? By how much?
Lower by 209,936,000.
Okay, can we get an explanation as to nangalahati po bale, nangalahati. So what programs, activities and projects of the GCG might be affected with this tremendous reduction, Mr. President?
Well, first of all, the personal services, it was reduced by 114,291,000. The MOE was reduced by 66,245,000, and the capital outlay with zero budget, it was reduced from the 2023 GAAT of 29,400,000.
Sige po, siguro we will assume yung capital outlay baka built na or
Yes.
procured na.
The reason, if I may
yes,
add, Mr. President, the reason for the reduction of the personal services
Yes.
is that there was a low utilization rate, Mr. President. The following items significantly contribute to the observed decrease of budget of the GCG. First is the budget for the compensation position classification system amounting to 48 million is only proposed once every 3 years. The budget for the CPCS is not included in the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. And the basis of the budget for the personal services is the actual filled position of the Governance Commission as of April 28 of 2023, as compared to the 100% filled plantilla position of GCG for 2023. And the entire budget for the capital outlay of this commission was cut in the proposed 2024 budget, Mr. President.
Hindi, ilan po yung authorized positions ng GCG at ilan po yung field nila, Mr. President?
The authorized positions, ilan yung authorized positions? The authorized position, according to the chairperson, is 236.
And then field?
Unfilled. The filled positions are 106, Mr. President.
So taken against them yun, bale? Because the reduction.
Yes, that is why the DBM only approved
Kaya nga.
the 106 filled positions. And they are currently hiring, they are currently hiring
personnel for the unfilled position. And that is why there might be a problem for next year's budget kasi nga hanggang dito na lang kasi tataas yung kanilang PS.
Meron pong MPBF. Meron naman po MPBF. Meron tayong MPBF items sa budget.
Yes.
So, the GCG is under new leadership. Tama? So,
Yes,
okay. So, hindi natin sila
he was appointed August 4 of this year,
Sige
Mr.
po.
President, replacing, and the commissioners, how many commissioners do they have? They have 3 commissioners.
Can we get the names of all the new leaders of GCG? Ano po?
The chairperson is former Undersecretary of the Department of Interior and Local Government, Mr. Marius Corpus. And the commissioners are Attorney Brian Keith Hosaka and Attorney Geraldine Marie Berberabe Martinez. Nasaan? Geraldine. Is she here? That's it, Mr. President.
3 of them. Oo nga, tatlo. Okay.
One chairperson and 2 commissioners.
Yes, okay. Miss Berberabi was here earlier.
Yes, I think she had to go to
I saw her.
Malacanang.
Yes, I saw.
Your Honor.
Okay, so what was this? Sabi nga ni Senator Chis kanina, we learn at least one new thing every day. Ano po yung sinabi ng sponsor na it is a part of PS but funded every 3 years? Ngayon lang po ako naka-encounter na. What is that, Mr. President?
The CPCS, this is the
What is
budget for the compensation and position classification system. Your Honor.
Do all the agencies get that, Mr. President? Compensation for
all GOCCs. All GOCCs, Your Honor.
And then it's budgeted every 3 years. Parang cycle siya for the GOCCs. Because why every 3 years? What is it for? What is that item for?
It is only the GCG because the law requires them to review every 3 years the compensation and position classification system, Mr. President.
This is the amount. This is the amount you need to perform that particular mandate. Malaki din po I mean, 60 million pa ba yan?
48? 48 million, Mr.
48
President.
million. Malaki din po. So to review, kasi itong GCG, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, parang nagsuscoring yan parang
yes.
May report card ang mga GOCCs, ginigrade
They evaluate, Your Honor.
Kaya nga dapat model, din kayo you're a model agency. Kaya wag kayong 200 plus ang authorized ninyo, tapos ang field ninyo 100 plus lamang. Kasi baka pag i-grade naman kayo ng ibang ahensya, kayo naman po ang lumagapak sa inyong report card, Mr. President. So just be conscious of that. Alam ko you grade What is that purpose? You grade them so that they can implement their financial parang bonuses or what?
For their performance-based bonus according to the chairperson, Mr.
So you
Mr.
grade
President.
them, pagka pumasa, then if they have a plan for a performance-based bonus, they can implement it, execute it. Pag hindi pumasa, they cannot do it.
Well, they have to submit it to the commission for their approval, Mr. President.
Do you approve the terms of the performance-based bonus, but you also, I think you also assess the performance of the GOCC per some criteria that you set. Is that correct? Ganon.
Well, I see the chairperson nodding. I think he agrees.
Yes,
with your statement,
that's
Mr.
how I
President.
understand what they do. Okay, how many GOCCs are under the jurisdiction of the GCG? Subject to that grading or report submission process, Mr. President? 100.
We have 118 GOCCs.
Okay. How
Mr.
many are
President.
complying with your system of reportorial requirements?
77. Where?
So itong 2 and 3, natanong ko na. Yan yung decrease, di ba? Okay. Ito na lang.
Well, according to the chairperson, Your Honor, 98.71% or 78 GOCCs with complete and compliant submissions have been issued authorization to implement the CPCS as of October 25 this year, Mr. President.
So yung mga, those who are, no, are the other GOCCs not complying or not passing? They are submitting reports but they are not passing to your criteria. 118 ba GOCCs? 118. Kung matadagdagan na isa.
Ito. Okay, what about those non-compliant?
Yan ang akin.
What's PBB? PBB? Dito yung channel 2. Performance based. No sanction, okay. Well, Your Honor, there are 82 GOCCs that have complied, and the rest have not complied. And there is no law or specific sanction, Mr. President, to those non-compliant agencies.
Pero may effect sa kanila.
Yes, of
right?
course.
Okay. The
They
laws,
will not be eligible. They will not be eligible for the PBB or the performance-based bonus, Mr.
kahit may plano silang gawin yun, magiging illegal if they implement it without complying
Yes,
with
you are
the
correct,
law.
Mr. President.
Okay, so at least alam nila na meron pong effect. Okay. Hindi ba kayo nadagdagan ng isa pa to be subject to your jurisdiction? Is the Maharlika Investment Corporation
Yes, it
supposed to
is,
be a GOCC under? Is that counted sa 118 or will make it 118 plus 1?
Not yet, Mr. President.
So even that Maharlika Investment Corporation will have to submit the reports if they have a performance-based bonus. Actually, nasa law, meron eh.
Yes, Mr. President, you are correct.
Can the GCG, is the GCG more than just receiving and evaluating the report submitted to you? Do you also concern yourselves with making sure that the functions, the transactions of a special creature like the Maharlika Investment Corporation would be more transparent and understandable by the public, Mr. President?
Mr. President, once the Maharlika Investment Corporation is operationalized, the corporation will be subject to the performance, the transparency, and disclosure requirements of the Governance Commission. Sections 3M and 4, number 4 of Republic Act 10149, subject GFIs under GCG's oversight to ensure financial viability, fiscal discipline, good governance, and extraordinary diligence over the care of state rights and GOCC assets. GCG, in the performance of its duties under Section 5C of RA 10149, actively exercises state ownership rights in GOCCs through the institutionalization of a performance evaluation scorecard. The GCG has partnered with the Asian Development Bank to capacitate its key personnel on understanding and monitoring the management of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. President.
Yes, ito kasing Maharlika Investment Corporation is one of its kind GOCC. First time we were attempting to form a Sovereign Wealth Fund, and we did not form a Sovereign Wealth Fund. Okay, we retained the phrases or the phrase Sovereign Wealth Fund. Yet this is a fund where we allow private sector to invest, and we allow foreigner private individuals also to invest. So this is a very special kind of creature. Will the GCG subject the Maharlika Investment Corporation to special rules or just the regular run-of-the-mill rules of the GCG applicable to the rest of the 118 GOCCs, Mr. President? Ano yung kaya performance evaluation yung kanila, no?
Mr. President, that is why this GCG had partnered with the ADB to formulate possible rules and regulations that will be applicable to the Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, medyo give this some special attention and study. Kasi this is supposed to be ano ba to, yung to generate funds. It meant to generate funds, but then it also to implement developmental projects na walang return. And then you will perform a performance evaluation of such a corporation, which is run already by, supposed to be by the best minds in the financial industry, Mr. President. So are we sure the GCG can evaluate the performance of such a group of people, Mr. President?
Well, under the law that we passed, it's called now the Republic Act 11954, the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Fund, there is a joint congressional oversight committee, and there shall be created a Maharlika Investment Fund Joint Congressional Oversight Committee to oversee, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of this act. The MIF-JCOC, or the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee, shall be composed of 7 members, each from the House of Representatives and the Senate. And the role of the GCG in the operations of the Maharlika Investment Corporation is that Sections 3 and 4 of RA 1049 or 10149 or the GCG law subject GFIs under GCG's oversight to ensure financial viability, which I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, fiscal discipline, good governance, and extraordinary diligence over the care of state rights and GOCC assets.
Siguro you have metrics that you use, mga ganun? Ratio and proportion, mga ganun? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, the performance evaluation scorecard.
Scorecard, kaya nga, yun yung composed of formula, ganun, formula, okay. Sige po, so, we are here to support the GCG kasi very critical yung nature, yung inyong tasks, especially now that we all admit that the Maharlika Investment Corporation is under your jurisdiction. So is there a wish list from the GCG, Mr. President?
Yes, there is, Mr.
Magkano pong
President.
total ang gusto nila?
May wish list yan. Sana? Ito?
I-note natin magkano, tsaka para saan. Sa banggatin naman ni Chairman. Para saan. Sige, note niyo.
Okay, wish list, Mr. President. Additional personal service amounting to 84 million. And the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD, Asia 2024 meeting funds.
Okay.
They have, I think they have this event, which will be held here in Manila. When? Next year, Mr. President. And it will entail around 4.5 million pesos. And increase in operational capacity amounting to 15.1 billion pesos, and the enhancement of major ICT projects and capabilities for a total of 168.4 million.
Yung 4.5 million, that's the amount for hosting an OECD event?
Yes, Mr. President.
So
Where are you going to
we are not a member of OECD, but what's our business hosting them, Mr. President?
Well, the GCG has been chosen by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development as the host for the 17th meeting of the OECD Asia Network on Corporate Governance of State-Owned Enterprises in 2024. The OECD Asia Network meeting provides a forum to share experiences, identify good practices, and develop recommendations for reform to improve state ownership practices and strengthen the OECD guidelines. The Governance Commission plans to invite around 200 international and local high-level officials to participate. 22 countries are targeted to be represented in the meeting. 4.5 million is requested for this activity, Mr. President.
So, ang request na lang siguro natin, if the results could be published so that we will all benefit from the meeting of the top-level
discussion.
Yes, the top-level discussion.
dialogue.
Yes. Thank you. Last point, Mr. President. Basta we're here to support the GCG. Very critical na po ngayon kayo. Noon pa, pero all the more now. Ito po, just in a news report in the Inquirer, the DBP is challenging the GCG's pronouncement that the GCG has the power to determine whether DBP and the Land Bank of the Philippines should be merged without going through legislation. So, may we get the position? Was this a pronouncement of the old leadership or of the current leadership, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, in a letter dated November 29 of 2022, the Department of Finance endorsed for GCG's consideration and approval its proposal to merge with the Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines, with Land Bank as the surviving entity. And the Congress has delegated to the President, by virtue of Section 5 of the GOCC Governance Act of 2011, the power to reorganize and merge GOCCs. Section 5A of the GOCC Governance Act of 2011 provides that, upon determination by the GCG that it is to the best interest of the state that a GOCC should be recognized, merged, streamlined, abolished, or privatized, it shall implement the reorganization, merger, or streamlining of the GOCC, unless otherwise directed by the President. Thus, Section 5A authorizes the merger of Land Bank and DBP without the need to enact a new law.
So that's a November 2022 letter. So does the present leadership agree with what is there?
Well, the proposed merger, Your Honor, is still under further evaluation and study, Mr. President.
Kasi ang aking position, Mr. President, these two BOCCs or governmental entities have their own charters, which are republic acts or laws. So, in effect, if we merge them and then may surviving entity, we practically repealed the charter of the disappearing entity and amended the charter of the surviving entity. So, and without any law. So, the question is, can that be done by virtue of section of that section 5 of a certain law, Mr. President?
That is why, Mr. President, it is still under evaluation and it still needs further study, Mr. President. And according to the officials of the GCG, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the Governance Commission in the case of Representative Edsel Lagman versus Executive Secretary Paquito Choa Jr. et al. That was dated November 3 of 2020, and Prospero Pichay Jr. versus GCG et al. On November 3 of 2020, Mr. President.
But maybe the issue in that case is the law, constitutionality of the law creating the GCG. Hindi naman po yung ang aking Yung aking point is the DBP and the LBP merger, Mr. President. Should it be done through law, or can it be done through Section 5 of that particular law, Mr. President? I'm not questioning the constitutionality of the GCG. So ano ba ibang pwedeng tanong dito? ODCC, DOJ, or OSGC na bang magbibigay ng...
This is according to the Supreme Court.
Do we need a law to...
Well, according to the chairperson of the GCG, Section 5 of the GOCC says it is a valid delegation of legislative power.
In that particular case,
That is according to the Supreme Court.
why was it at issue? Why was Section 5 at issue in that particular case? What were the GOCCs involved in the case?
Undue delegation.
Tignan nyo na lang, kuha nyo na case title, basahin nyo na lang.
Undue legislation of delegation. Delegation of merge abolition of GOCCs. Well, the issue here is the undue delegation of the power to merge or abolish the GOCCs, Mr. President.
Yes, naging issue siya because there was a merger of two GOCCs.
Nang-merge ba? Meron ba merger na nangyari? Ha? Ano na?
Baka theoretical question lang po. So, must have been decided on a technicality kung ganun. So, anyway, Mr. President, we got that case title. Basahin na lang din po namin. Siguro last question na lang. On the DBP-LBP merger, siyempre kumukuha tayo ng opinion. In the setup of government, what government entity should give us the guiding opinion whether it can be done administratively by the President or by legislation? Opinion lang ha, yung opinion. So is it the GCG, the OSG, OGCC, or the DOJ? Yan lang pong naiisip ko na may mga parang law office function eh.
Better be sure naman. OSG?
It should be?
Well, there are differing opinions, Mr. President.
But
On
let
my
me get
left and on my right.
No, the leadership's opinion. Is
Well,
it you? Do you
According
claim
to
that
them, it is the GCG,
okay,
Mr.
that's the
President.
claim of the GCG. Okay, that you should be the ones issuing the opinion to guide us. To guide lang to, hindi naman to
Yes.
binding. Okay, if you are that entity, when are you coming up with the said opinion?
You have timeline? You have a timeline? Well, they do not have any timeline, but they are still in the process of collating the comments from the various GOCCs.
Hindi, DBP, LBP lang po to merger. I mean, you should not take your time. Dapat siguro may self-imposed deadline din po tayo.
Well,
If ito, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, if the GCG claims that it is the proper agency to render an opinion whether it can be done under Section 5 of their law, so therefore administratively, or do we need Congress to act to amend the two charters? Yun lang yun, opinion. If you are that correct entity to issue that opinion, yun lang tanong ko. Give us a self-imposed deadline for you to come up with the opinion. We will not necessarily agree, pero at least meron tayong pinag-uusapan.
Well, Mr. President, I think they have a difficulty answering that question. I think they do not have yet a timeline to give because they are still in the process of studying it and evaluating the merger, Mr. President. It is still under review, Mr. President.
Well, at sa iba po yung hindi viability yung question ko po, Mr. President, on the legality. So, So maybe the GCG is not the correct agency. So anyway, we will just answer the question ourselves, Mr. President. Mag-research din po kami on what should be that agency to give us the initial lang naman eh. The initial guiding opinion. We don't have to agree with the opinion. It also can be the wrong position. It can turn out to be the wrong position, Mr. President. So, okay. Okay na? Sino ba nagbibigay? Ang Office of the Executive Secretary, nagbibigay din ba ng opinion? Of Presidential Legal Counsel? Gusto ko naman opinion kasi parang hindi sila kasi research pa nila sa video. Hindi naman tayo sa viability. Baka din sila sa viability.
Mr. President, right now I was informed that the GCG is consulting the following agencies like the COA, the BSP, the PCC, DOF, and the DBM, Mr. President. They are still consulting with each other.
Parang
Mr.
as part
President.
of preliminary background research. Pero
Yes.
I suggest we put a deadline po, Mr. Chairman and GCG kasi. Otherwise, parang wala tayong starting position at subject to of our debates on what to do. So at any rate, Mr. President, I reiterate my full support to the GCG, and we will go over the wish list, the requested augmentation of the budget of the GCG. So we wish them all the best, Mr. I know they're new to the agency, pero we wish you all the best in your enormous but important tasks. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Wala na Majority Leader.
Are there anyone of these gentlemen going to ask? I can recognize them directly. If not, we ask for a minute suspension. Session suspended for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Governance Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Governance Commission on Government-Owned and Controlled Corporations is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.